Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Yeah. Kings. Yeah. Coming straight out of the Nile. I'ma tell you about a great big liar. Yeah, but Egyptians was not white. Them college niggas ain't right. Built the pyramid. Look at them lips. Look at them hips. That booty so round. You know that girl be brown.
So you mean that we was like, whoa?
We was kings and shit. Boy, you know that it is true. We was kings and shit. Nigga, what you gonna do? Ramses was black. Tutankhamun was black. Y'all know Cleo was black. Who made it into space? Nigga, that was the black race.
You're welcome.
They're covering it up in the books. Bunch of cracker-ass crooks.
Tell it again.
You can even go out of Egypt, find out who the real chosen people. Mozart, Beethoven, King George, Vikings. They was all black.
We was kings and shit. Boy, you know that it is true. We was kings and shit. Nigga, what you gonna do? So what you saying is like, but what you always talk about is, do you mean that we was like, what? Her sisters, blood ran through us, the whole and battle of pressing oils. Just remember this one little thing. We was kings and shit. Boy, you know that it is true. We was kings and shit. Nigga, what you gonna do? I don't even know what I'm saying no more, dude. Shit.
Oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. desde hace rato. Cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo Calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Bueno, bueno, bueno. Bueno, bueno, bueno. I don't know why that's showing up that way. That's weird. First time I seen that. Damn, nobody's watching. Fuck. I guess I'm disliked that much, huh? Fuck it. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. You know, I'm not here to make people happy. I guess that's my job. So I have nothing to say to nobody because nobody's watching, so it's all good. Let me get going. All right, so here's the deal, fam. This is basically just a real quick video. I may go like an hour and a half, maybe a little more. I don't know. It depends. But it's really this. Their envy and hate gives me power. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we're fucking used to this shit. These bastards over here to the right been acting and claiming that they're the real natives. Tomorrow we got a really good topic. Hopefully you guys show up. You ain't here today, it's no big deal. Let's go.
I'm from London, North London.
Okay, fair enough. What's your ethnic background, if you don't mind asking?
My parents are from India.
Okay, perfect. Just getting premise here. First of all, I want to say
The premise of Donald Trump being pro-crime.
No. I want to concern myself with why you care about what's happening in the U.S. first and foremost. Secondly, I want to say this: with the argument,
should people who live in the U.S. not care about?
Let's not interrupt each other because I have this thing. People know I have this thing. I have to stay.
He's trying to scare them off. Man, shut up, Canaan. I'm sorry, Canaan. Edom. You fucking shit-faced bastards. Let's go.
Calm.
Okay.
Here's the thing. I am happy that he released J6. In fact, so much so that I was prepared to protest if he didn't.
Okay.
So when you say, are you okay that he's pro-crime? Sure, because you know what? We're changing the definition of what crime is, first and foremost.
You don't think stomping on police officers' heads is a crime?
I don't think it's no longer a relevant conversation anymore. You're
Really?
arguing. No, it's not, because you know what? Okay, have you seen the U.S. in the last 4 or 5 years?
Yes, I've
BLM
lived
protests.
there for a
Have you
while.
seen? Okay, I myself have been involved in these protests. I've seen egregious things that you couldn't even imagine.
So we have
being
no
done
rules
to
there?
conservatives. It's not about that. It's
it
about
about?
tribal warfare.
Okay.
That's where we're at in the U.S. I don't know where you're at in the U.K. You're from India, so I don't really.
I'm not from India.
Oh, sorry, your parents are from India, so
I'm an American
you have
citizen.
your own stakes.
I'm an American, you know.
You're an American citizen?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know how
Yes.
you got that, but fair enough. Here's the thing.
Are you an American citizen?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But here's the thing.
Not sure how you got that, but okay.
Born here.
Okay.
Born here, and my family lineage is settlers from the 1500s, so I have some stake in the
Okay.
claim here, okay?
But-
See this Cracker Barrel? Fucker, if your family has been here that long, you wouldn't be that broke and stupid with a bucked up tooth, bro. Stop it. You're a typical European white guy that came around here with your family. Great grandfathers came around here maybe after 1840, 1850. You know what I'm saying? Now that's into what he's gonna say though.
Sure.
a little different
But you're
than
a
yours.
descendant of immigrants, settlers,
I didn't know.
colonialists.
Yeah,
You don't
colonials.
look, you don't look
yeah.
very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites
not.
are Native Americans. What are
Sorry,
you talking about?
you're not.
What are you talking about?
You're not.
Whites are Native Americans.
Really?
All these stupid ass Cracker Barrels, and that's why. Look, I did get to see 3 people show up, and all you guys fucking left as soon as I started saying this shit. So I know I got some fucking haters watching this channel. And this is the sad part, that you guys don't have no huevos to fucking say something. Or step up and defend your fucking hatred and racism. It's all good, man. Look, listen, I don't need a bunch of people. Like, my lives are never like 100 followers or 50, 60, 120 likes. I never experienced that. You get what I'm saying? Mine are very basic. And like the hater of this channel, I suck. He said, maybe I do suck, man. That's what it is, bro. You know what I'm saying? I suck, bro. I'm just suck at what I do. But at least I bring in information that justifies where these people are going and coming from.
I think
What was happening before the 1500s?
I think you're getting confused with it.
I don't mind going on a tangent, but what was happening before the 1500s?
Calm down. I think you're getting.
What was happening before the 1500s?
There was indigenous people here that came here from
Do you know
Asia.
what indigenous means?
Listen, before
Indigenous
America,
people
you
can't
know,
come
let
from
me
somewhere
finish.
else.
Why do you ask a question if you're going to interrupt?
I'm not sure if you know what the meaning of indigenous means.
I do know what it means. It
Doesn't
means
sound
they
like it.
came here first, right? They came here from Asia by way of land bridge. Have an argument with Neil deGrasse Tyson or anybody else about that.
So y'all Mongolians. They believe in the Bible that talks about certain people migrating somewhere, but they never give you that credit. They always say, no, you guys didn't do that. You guys are just Mongolians. Anyways, look, we already know this hate. Like, it's very common to us, right? Like, for example, this.
Okay, 70 million immigrants flooded in. 61 million of those were non-European nations, and hardly any of them assimilated into American culture. They destroyed our nation, literally. We must deport all illegals. We must remigrate millions of people. And if you're not a Christian and you're not fully assimilated, I'm talking language, culture, and values, get out of America.
Okay, here's another one. We're used to this shit, you know, and not used to it like as in we want to deal with it again. No, we're more like we are aware of this type of nation. We know y'all hate us, and it was you guys that brought out this other hatred that I'm going to show you. Let's continue.
If Donald Trump is successful in mass deportations, which I will remind everybody was the second point of the GOP platform last summer. So people who are saying, I voted for Trump and I wanted illegals out, but I didn't vote for this. Well, if you're a Republican, you voted for the biggest mass deportation in American history. You did vote for this. And it's going to look like this, and it's going to be ugly, because if we win, we take this country back. And if we don't win on the ICE and the deportations, the left stays in power. If you allow the illegal aliens to stay, we fundamentally lose our constitutional republic, because they are not citizens. We are citizens, but then they are stealing our sovereignty unto themselves. Really, it's a foreign invasion of our country. And so, you know, I put it like this before, is that I don't care how much they scream. I don't care how much they cry. I don't care how loud they protest. And I don't care how much it costs. And I don't care how many of my fellow American citizens who recklessly impede legitimate law enforcement operations suffer the consequences of their reckless actions. I'd hope it'd be zero. They need to knock it off. I don't care. I want my country back, whatever it takes, no matter how much it costs. And this is what we elected Donald Trump to do.
You see, you dumbass Christmas Christians, bro? You see that? You fucking dumbass Christmas Christians, bro. I really dislike you guys because it's you parents that taught us this bullshit. These fuckers hate you. They've hated you since they came with their bullshit fucking religion. There you go, Fluke. They're only indigenous to the fucking Caucasus Mountains. You know, but what up, VGC? Good to have you here, brother, man. Hey, that's a trippy video you sent me about the Shoom part, bro. That's crazy. I'm gonna hit you up on that on the, probably tomorrow. Hey, what up, brother? Good to have you here. So, this is nothing new under the sun. And for our people that are like begging for these fuck faces to fucking like you, bro. Like, you just don't understand, do you? You don't understand. Christmas Christians have done this to y'all, and then you go and run to BHI shit, and they treat you the same fucking way. They don't want equality. They want you to be submissive.
Handicapped people don't deserve nothing in America. You understand? Nothing. You don't even deserve to sit around me. You understand that shit? You don't deserve nothing out this mother. You dirty, uneducated bitch. You don't deserve to be around me. I'm being respectful. You get the fuck up. Get up. Get up. Nah, now you gotta get up. Get the up. Get up. Now you stand up, ho. Yep, now you stand up. Now you stand up, bitch. I don't give a You know where you at in America. We ain't in your country, we in my country, bitch. Yeah, sit over there with your people. Yeah, with your people.
Like I said, your envy and hate gives me fucking power. Y'all disgust the shit out of me, man, because you want to know something? You're the fucking first ones to cry about fucking, oh my God, you white folks, listen to this, some racist fucking Negro Nazi shit. Because guess what? This is exactly what I do. My job is to take that spirit away from Canaan and fucking shrivel it up and spit it out. And then put it back in the market, and you guys can start seeing how weak they are now. That's been my job since 2022.
Grew up in this cult ran by Malachi Z. York.
He has all these books about the white devil and just how you should live your life and us being like the superior race as black people. And when I grew up, it was a lot of like, if you don't do X, Y, and Z, you're not going to get on the ship to be taken off the planet when shit hits the fan, you know? That's one of his teachings. Don't ask me where we going, because I couldn't tell you. My stepdad, he was the one that was really big into it. He would always talk about these pyramids in Georgia. He would go out there all the time to the motherland. He would always wear his garbs and walk around with incense.
Yeah.
We couldn't have friends. If I made a friend, they were going to sell our body parts at a black market or to the underground reptilians. And
That's what they telling you.
And my mom would spy on me at the schoolhouse and make sure I wasn't talking to nobody. We had to fast even while we were at school. Even now, my mom will come to my house and she'll see some foil inside the vents and be like, is that a camera?
Damn.
Shit don't change, bro. Shit don't change. My job is to expose the hatred that you have towards our people and the envy, because it's very envious. It's very obvious what you envy. Let's go.
Yo, make sure y'all tune in to All Viral Access Media, man. Make sure y'all subscribe. Let's get peace, everybody. Welcome back to All Viral Access Media, man. Now, I had to do this. The foundation right into it right. Americans are having talking about the delineation movement that the foundational Black Americans are having against tethers. And we're gonna dive right into it right now and not come back to y'all after this. Let's go.
And they called you a racist for that? They did. Which is actually quite interesting, because I got a call from the Foundational Black American Society here in Florida, who reminded me that Byron's mother is Jamaican, he is Panamanian, and they found it quite insulting, in their words, that he would try to claim victimhood of slavery without a single descendant of American slaves in his family.
I like those foundational guys.
They're so good.
Tariq Nasheed and all. I mean, I don't agree with everything, but like they've got a perspective. If your family's been here 400 years, and the descendants of a lot of American slaves or families have been here 400 years, I don't know. I think that gives. I'll listen to you. Like you've got, you've got a point of view that is legitimate.
But you see, even these cracker barrels like Sons of Esau, right? They don't realize, or maybe they do, that these West Africans claiming to be of these lands originally are not saying that they've been here 400 years and got enslaved. No, they're saying that they never fucking went through that. And so you see the propaganda. You see the psyops. You see, I'm doing this video to set us up for tomorrow. This is the psyops family. Think about it. Edom, Canaan, and Amalek. Think about it. Edom, Canaan, and Amalek. Amalek and Canaan are always blaming Edom. Amalek and Canaan are always giving us fucking Holocaust or slavery movies that they didn't go through. No. You know that whole bullshit story? Oh, fuck no, bro. Just like that whole bullshit story in the Holocaust. Fuck no, bro. That retarded Willie Lynch letter never fucking showed up. Hey, what up, sis? Good to have you here. The Willie Lynch letter is not real. It's fucking fake. Just like the Khazar history that they've been giving us. Let's go.
I think.
Yeah. And they're unequivocally heritage Americans.
That's for sure.
100%.
They're definitely heritage Americans, if anyone is. And, someone rolls in from Ghana and gets an MSNBC slot and starts speaking on behalf of Black people. It's like, shut up, honey. You've got nothing to do with this.
Right.
That's a fair perspective, right? I think.
And so it's good to actually see them call them out for that. That's actually cultural appropriation. Appropriating the struggle of slavery.
I totally agree.
And the struggle of slavery was real. I don't think Republicans ever want to really whitewash that. It's real, right? But
we're against slavery.
We're against it.
Whether it's in the West Bank or here or anywhere.
Anywhere.
Yeah, against it.
And so for Byron's group, his team, to call me and essentially our entire supporting base racists for saying that you're a slave when quite literally you took $45 million. You won't tell us what you agreed to take that money this early in a primary.
I just want to say something. Isn't their story? Like, here's where I'm a little confused. Failed Black Africans, specifically from West Africa, claiming to be indigenous to this land. I'm not talking about all of Africa, because I know there's different nations, and not all of y'all roll like these dirty bastard West African ones that claim to be indigenous. So I'm not calling you guys out. I'm calling your little brothers and shit.
The ones that are very scared of being themselves. The ones that hate everything about themselves, that they say that they're not from over there, even though they look just like you. So I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to them. And predominantly, this is Canaan. You know, like Cain and Abel, like cannibal, literally eating other people's nations and shit just to fucking glorify themselves. It's just so sad. But anyways, do you guys not understand that before the 13 colonies, there was people living in Florida, Louisiana, all of that stuff wasn't part of the 13 colonies? Did you guys know that when Florida did end up becoming part of the U.S., that a lot of people from Florida, black folks, who owned slaves too, by the way, that were free, left to the Caribbeans? Most went to Cuba, some of them went to Jamaica. Are you saying that because you don't know that history, they didn't go through the quote-unquote struggle? And then, by the way, what fucking struggle? Y'all motherfuckers own slaves. So what exactly are we talking about here? But no, you see these caucasoids, right? You know, these caucasoids and shit, they're so stupid or smart to play the game with you. Or you very stupid or smart. One of you two has no idea what each one of you two are doing. But you see, we know what you're doing. We know exactly what you're doing. Let's go.
Which is unprecedented. You know this, how unprecedented that kind of money is in an uncontested primary until now. But secondarily, to actually go out and try to gaslight us and think that you're just one of those guys that has been here, you know, since the early 1800s and your family was in the struggle too, you're not. And that's a very interesting term that the foundational Black Americans use. It's called tether. They're tethering these tethers like Byron Donalds. They come here literally one generation in, and they try to just sit around and act so folksy that we're all part of the same struggle and we're all down on our, and we need to fight against. No, you just got here, dude. Like the Haitians, like the guys from Ghana who just got here, you don't get to just be a part of our system and then lecture us about how our country went wrong.
Now listen, y'all. Now look, I don't care who's going to feel some kind of way, but this has to be said, y'all. You ready? All right. Now let me make this clear. A lot of y'all think this FBA shit is just in Twitter spaces, just hashtags, and just the internet. Nah, homie. This shit is in political rooms. This is in school curriculums. This is in courtrooms, households, and policy conversations. This is a real world delineation.
Yeah, and it was just a matter of time before you actually took that step forward, FBA. You see what I'm saying? You can fuck around with all these cracker barrels over here that don't know fucking a clue about the history. But now you're trying to go into this war. And guess what? We down for it. So I'm calling you piece of shits out. Let's go to war mentally. Let's see if you guys really are those people. Let's see if you can defend yourself. Mike TV and all those dumbasses that follow y'all. You get what I'm saying? Because me personally, I see all your holes. This is, a matter of fact, you know, and I know for a fact you want to run away from this conversation because you know damn well that you will be thoroughly embarrassed. Now let's listen to this a little bit, family, because I'm really going to show you the videos to set you guys up for tomorrow, okay? Check this out.
Zionist Jews, who is essentially acting as a shadow government, and Epstein is clearly evidence of that.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems you've said it. It's a toxic culture. Meaning, the whole Israeli project it was founded on a genocide. It was founded on the Nakba. It was founded on stealing land that was given to them by an occupying force, the UK, that didn't have the right to give that land to anybody.
Because that's exactly what happened in 1848. I kind of laugh at these two fucking heathen here, because you guys are criticizing the people for doing what they're doing, but you've doing and been doing that to every other continent. I'm sorry, country, for the resources. So to me, this stupid ass bitch here, like balls so hard, bro. You're just one of those puppets. It's a game, family. You see what I'm saying? It's TV, it's education, it's it's the Matrix. Don't watch this. Look at that. Yeah, I hate you. And we're like, oh my God, who's really on our side? None of them. None of these people are on our side. These are fucking demons, fam.
Right.
And it's what's funny to me is as soon as the UK acknowledged that the Palestinians had a right to that land, they immediately sued the UK for giving that land to Israel, which is awesome. But here's what Candace Owens had to say. And I just want to get your response to it.
Sure.
Because the book that we are currently reading is so on time right now. Quite literally, we're completing this book on Friday, Sigmund Freud and the Jewish Mystical Tradition. After having read previously The Assault on Truth, those people were not surprised at all because I took you through it. What Sigmund Freud and his benign...
How come you black folks, you don't teach how you own slaves. Why don't you teach these people, just like these Khazars are fake as fuck, right? You know what I'm saying? Because this is what they are about. The Nazis were the Jews were the Nazis. Like, stop playing ourselves. You know what I'm saying? And you guys are acting like, oh, no, it was the white man that did. No, fuck no. You Negroes showed up here and you enslaved a lot of our people because you helped them. You were pedophiles too, like Christopher Columbus at 9 years, grabbing our little sisters and shit. Y'all were part of that. How come you Negroes don't teach that shit? Oh, that's right. It was the white man that did it. We were the original people. We're Paleo-Hebrew. What? You see, this is actually, to me, it's really fucking funny that you have hold on, your favorite word, the audacity, right? The audacity, with your moving neck and shit, to criticize these Khazars when you're no different. You are absolutely no different. I mean, what the fuck are we talking about here? We know about Juan Garcia, Pedro de la Peña, black conquistadors, meaning what? Que estos negros were taking women, children for slavery, cutting them in pieces, feeding our people to dogs. This wasn't just white folks. It was negros doing this shit too. It was Sephardic fucking piece of shits doing this shit too. You see what I'm saying? Oh, that's right. You were doorkeepers. Oh, wait a minute. You're a doorkeeper. One of Yucatan's black conquistadors in Merida. Oh, that's right. But no, you don't. How come? I mean, if you really are supposedly Mrs. Smart and fucking intellectually advanced and shit, then how come you don't say none of this stuff? And how come you don't say none of this stuff? Do you get what I mean? Like, I kind of look at it like this, man. And you know what? This is kind of a perfect time because, like, I don't know. A lot of you guys think this is a joke. A lot of you guys think this is like, oh, no, this is, you're right, whatever. Nah, listen, I'm going to let a so-called black man, okay? A so-called black man say it to you. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to let him say it. Okay, and let's see if I can translate the words, the voice. Let's see. What's to me do? Boom. Hold on, translate English. There it goes. Okay? Pay attention. How come you guys don't teach this? If you're supposedly about truth, if you're supposedly about facts, if you supposedly care about who you are. Okay, well, listen. You West African Americans, you Anglo-Saxons, you Sephardic Jews, you guys were the first slavers that came to this continent. And all you motherfuckers knew who we were. And all you motherfuckers were pedophiles, rapists, killers, beast-like people, hung us, burned us, stabbed us, chopped us to pieces. That's what you guys are. Don't never let that fucking shit forget.
Y entonces ocurre un fenómeno. Se descubre América. Los primeros esclavos que van al Nuevo Mundo son blancos. Sí, señor, blancos. Y los primeros negros que van al Nuevo Mundo son esos que tenían ya 50 años o más de presencia renovada y que eran negros ladinos y preparados militarmente para la conquista. En la capitulación de Toledo, que fue...
Tomorrow, we have the class of the double-headed psyops. You see this double-headed eagle? Double-headed eagle psyops. It's all relative, family. Let's go.
Francisco Pizarro en Toledo con la reina Juana. En el 29, otro sí, pide 50 esclavos, entre los cuales debe haber un tercio de hembras, y se aprobó. Esos eran negros ladinos. Y estos negros ladinos ayudaron a la conquista y recibieron los mismos honores o los mismos castigos cuando los indios vencieron que los españoles. Pero los primeros esclavos fueron blancos. Francisco Pizarro en Toledo con la reina Juana. En el 29, otro sí, pide 50 esclavos, entre los cuales debe haber un tercio de hembras, y se aprobó. Esos eran negros ladinos. Y estos negros ladinos ayudaron a la conquista y recibieron los mismos honores o los mismos castigos cuando los indios vencieron que los españoles. Pero los primeros esclavos fueron blancos, porque la esclavitud no reconocía color hasta esa época. Y la prueba está que en el siglo XIII, cuando Alfonso X el Sabio redacta las 7 partidas, en una de ellas, tomando quizá algo del Código Justiniano, dice que no es de natura esclavizar a otro hombre. Entonces la esclavitud casi estaba abolida. Revive con el descubrimiento de América y sin noción de lo que iba a hacer esto se mandan blancos. Ahora, no vamos a decir que los blancos llegaron encadenados. Se mandaba a los blancos por castigos, se sacaban de las cárceles, porque estaban en la inopia, iban en una forma de contratos temporales que ellos mismos pudieran manumitirse, y 1000 formas diferentes para esclavitud.
Check this out. And I just remember this, so I'm thankful. Thank you, Father, for bringing this to my attention. Let me say what's up to the sis real quick. What up, sis?
Que alguien me explique. Who are you?
Good to have you. Hey, what up, Aubrey Revealed? Yeah, I got you, bro. I'll send it to you. There's a president called Bolivar, okay? And the book is actually titled Discursos y Proclamas Simón Bolívar. Now, the reason I'm sharing this with y'all is because he said something interesting, okay? So check this out, all right? On page 77 of this book here, he says this interesting thing. He's speaking to Congress, okay? And this goes for all you dumb ass cracker barrel piece of shit and all you dumb fucking wobbles that think you're not Africans. Watch what he says. Séame permitido llamar la atención del Congreso sobre una materia que puede ser de una importancia vital. Let me repeat that again. For you guys that didn't hear it in the back. Se ha permitido llamar la atención del Congreso sobre una materia que puede ser de una importancia vital. Dice, tengamos presente que nuestro pueblo no es el europeo, ni el americano del norte. Claro que no. Que más bien es un compuesto de África y América que una amenación de la Europa. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué dice eso? Pues que hasta la España misma, listen to this, pues que hasta la España misma deja de ser europea por su sangre africana.
Que alguien me explique.
Por sus instituciones y por sus por su carácter. Es imposible insignar con propiedad a qué familia humana pertenecemos. You see what I'm saying? He's telling you white people too, and you black folks. Y'all don't fucking have no fucking leg to stand on. You fuckers are all mixed up. We know this for a fact. Then he says here, por sus instituciones y por su carácter, es imposible asignar con propiedad a qué familia humana pertenecemos. La mayor parte de la indígena se ha aniquilado, el europeo se ha mezclado con el americano y con el africano, y este se ha mezclado con el indio y con el europeo. He said it himself. This is Simón Bolívar. Who is Simón Bolívar? By the way, let me see. Simón Bolívar. So you guys can actually understand what are we talking about here. We're talking about who? This man right here. Simón José Antonio de Saltimas Trinidad Bolívar. He was a Venezuelan military officer and statesman who led what are currently the countries Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador. That's why they call it the Bolivar, like, you know, Colombia, Venezuela, like that's their whole movement, the Bolivarian movement. And he said it himself to you, like anchor babies. All of you fat bastards are anchor babies, including this one too. Let's continue, bro. Because I laugh at this, bro. It's like, oh, the Khazars. These people are not real Israelites. Those are not the Hebrews. They're converts. Let's learn about their history. Okay, well then why don't you fucking teach about your history? Why do you teach about other nations' histories? Teach about yours. Because you know what? I'm teaching about yours because y'all calling us out. That's okay. But this bitch, she was hired by them, married into them, and all of a sudden now she wants to expose and you know, oh, because guess what? It's leading to something, family. See, this is the thing about these people, bro. I can smell you guys from a fucking mile away, and I know where you're going, no matter what type of facade you carry.
Iberith Freemason boys actually believe about you, what they believe, how they have accomplished things, this false dialectic, their means to accomplish running Western society, breaking apart Christian empires. Yes, he hated Christians. It's a fact. He wrote about it extensively. He hated Catholics. And yes, they perform rituals. That is not an imagination. It's not a conspiracy. The only conspiracy are those that are colluding to hide those facts. And now we...
Oh, hold on a second. So you're saying that these Jews, quote unquote, which I'm not defending them, family, but you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of playing devil's advocate here. So you're saying that these Jews, they were so wicked and evil, they practice like occultist shit? Are you serious? Let me kind of show you a video, just real quick. You know, just real quick, because I'm kind of confused right now. Last time I checked, the people that came here were Christians like you, what you believe in, right? And remember what the guy said originally. The first conquistadors were not all white people, right? Pay attention.
First of all, let's start with something light. Columbus initiated the transatlantic slave trade in early February 1494, first sending several dozen enslaved Tainos, these are the native people of the island that he landed on, to Spain. Columbus described those he enslaved as well-made and of good intelligence. He ordered 1,600 of them rounded up and had 550 of the best males and females, according to one witness, Michel de Cuneo, chained and sent as slaves to Spain. Of the rest who were left, that person writes, the announcement went around that whoever wanted them could take as many as he pleased, and this was done. And understand that significant numbers of even those early slave deliveries ended up dying en route, possible. Now, the initial slave that we talked about proved to be unprofitable, but he later wrote, let us in the name of the Holy Trinity go on sending all the slaves that can be sold. So there you get both the religious and the commercial considerations in one sentence. When the slavery did not pay off, he turned to a tribute system, forcing every Taino of 14 or older to fill a hawk's bell with gold every 3 months. If successful, they were safe for another 3 months. If not, Columbus ordered that they be punished by having their hands chopped off, or they were chased down by attack dogs.
You guys see that, right? Okay, I gave you guys a link, but I'm going to show it again. Because it has to be shown. It must be shown.
Y entonces ocurre un fenómeno. Se descubre América. Los primeros esclavos que van al Nuevo Mundo son blancos. Sí, señor, blancos. Y los primeros negros que van al Nuevo Mundo son esos que tenían ya 50 años o más de presencia renovada y que eran negros ladinos y preparados militarmente para la conquista.
These West African Negro conquistadors are going to try to do that shit physically this time. They know they can't because they're not strong enough. They're going to do it spiritually and through the mind. That's why they gave you that 12-type chart shit, bullshit crap and shit that you came out of the nutsacks of some negro or the lips of a negra. I mean, if that's what you guys want to be, fine. Then go and be black. Like, go do it. Nobody's stopping you. But don't go and teach it and say, like, supposedly we're the same people. Nah, fuck no. That shit is disgusting when you understand exactly who they are. It's like you want to be raped again over and over and over. You go ahead and be raped again over and over and over. Not me.
Capitulación de Toledo que firma Francisco Pizarro en Toledo con la reina Juana. En el 29, otro sí, pide 50 esclavos, entre los cuales debe haber un tercio de hembras. Y se aprobó. Esos eran negros ladinos. Y estos negros ladinos ayudaron a la conquista y recibieron los mismos honores o los mismos castigos cuando los indios vencieron que los españoles. Pero los primeros esclavos fueron blancos, porque la esclavitud no reconocía color hasta esa época. Y la prueba está que en el siglo XIII, cuando Alfonso X el Sabio redacta las 7 partidas, en una de ellas, tomando quizá algo del Código Justiniano, dice que no es de natura esclavizar a otro hombre. Entonces la esclavitud casi estaba abolida. Revive con el descubrimiento de América y sin noción de lo que iba a hacer esto se mandan blancos. Ahora, no vamos a decir que los blancos llegaron encadenados. Se mandaban a los blancos por castigos, se sacaban de las cárceles, porque estaban en la inopia, iban en una forma de contratos temporales que ellos mismos pudieran manumitirse. Y 1000 formas diferentes para esclavitud.
But they're going to give you the Holocaust every 2 years and some fucked up slavery movie every 2 years. The Willie Lynch letter never showed up.
We can really stick our noses down at them. And no, I want to be clear. This is not Judaism. This isn't your grandma's Judaism. It's occult mysticism. That's the way that it's able to move through seemingly all the faiths, right? Aleister Crowley. How could you have the Star of David once upon a time? Was it before 1914? That was the flag of Morocco. That's weird. That's not a Jewish nation. What does it actually symbolize? Occult mysticism. That's why it's on the cover of Aleister Crowley's books. If you're going to perform magic and rituals. And yes, sorry guys, got to wake up. It's a Monday. We got to get you there. They deem children to be a necessary part of their initiation rituals. This I'm going to read from you is actually a direct quotation from Sigmund Freud. Okay? The person that
You listen to the hypocrisy? Okay, check this out. It's like, bro, you guys are fucking full of shit, man. You're just not an honest type of nation. You're no different than these fucking Edomites, bro.
Some black man, you gotta watch these stinking Africans, man. And they know you not the same people. Where does all this anti-African rhetoric come from? Because their forefathers identified themselves as Ethiopian Hebrews. 1936 letter. So here's a 1936 letterhead, the Royal Order of Ethiopian Hebrews. So let's go to the next slide. They can't say I'm making it up. So here we see is a membership card of the Royal Order of Ethiopian Hebrews.
The sound is off? Is that what's going on? No, it's because the sound goes back. It goes in and out. It goes in and out. It goes in and out, yeah. What up, Mexico? Good to have you, bro. Oh, what up? Julio. What up, Julio? Chivalva, what's up, bro? So the sound goes in and out, okay? So just kind of hang in there. I'll try to show a little bit of that because I have another video to show y'all. It's going to relate to everything we're talking about, okay? We're going to bring it back to this clown.
NDOC, 30 West 129th Street, Rabbi W.A. Matthew. This is the guy who's the father of this community that you see today. Very important stuff that you're going to research. Don't find out who these people are. Let's go to the next slide. Why? Here we go with a death certificate. When this man died, the father of the Hebrew groups that say they are anti-African, God doesn't love Africans, where on the death certificate does it tell us that the creator of this doctrine came from? Stinky old African. He comes from Lagos, Nigeria. Let's look at it. Rabbi, right? This is his death certificate. Whitworth, Matthews. This is the guy. This is your creator of the Israelite movement that hates Africans, who was part of the Ethiopian Hebrews. But they hate Africans, though. Wow. How do you hate Africans? The man that created the doctrine is from Nigeria, Africa. This is his death certificate. The creator So let's go to the next slide. That thing we saw earlier with the Ethiopian Hebrews, so Ethiopian Hebrew large, Masons, under white folks. This is not my mail, this is his. So we go to the next slide. This is very interesting because the whole time we thought it was a Hebrew temple, it was a Masonic lodge, and he got raised by a pale white man. And now we see their new symbol today looks mighty like the compass is square, and we see two swords going through it, which is symbolic of the royal ark in Freemasonry. And now it's in this symbolism today, the Israelite school of the universal practical knowledge. The swords that are being seen right here are reflective of the royal ark degree in Freemasonry. So there's no coincidence with all of this. Because if you put a little line here and a little line here, you're going to wind up what they call a Magen David.
The Star of David, where does that symbol come from?
It's never written explicitly in the Bible itself.
Is it in the Talmud? Perhaps. Is there a passage in the Bible about that or no?
No.
Okay. So you're not really sure exactly where that comes from?
No. You got me.
Is it nobody knows?
I don't know. I'm not, yeah.
Because I know it's called the Star of David.
Yeah.
Does that have anything to do with David?
No, I don't think so.
In Amos, God said, you took up for yourself the star, that's the sixth one star, of your God, called Remphan or Kiyun. All these were names for Moloch, the great Baal.
All right, so now let me show you this other video real quick, and then we'll go back to that one. It's all connected, family. They're all demons. They're all working together. Let's go.
What's up, everybody? It's Killer Beady Doggone Witch Finder General. You got a witch, I burn them up. Just look at y'all leader. Look at y'all Hebrew Israelite founder, Mr. Rabbi Matthews, practicing black magic. Putting that black magic on y'all. That's what got your heads all messed up, thinking y'all Israelite. Let me read this to y'all. Matthews' personal papers in the Sloanberg Library in New York includes 2 amulets of geometric design in Hebrew words borrowed in part from the 6th and 7th book of Moses. What's the 6th and 7th book of Moses? A book on witchcraft, how to perform black magic. These amulets offer a unparalleled, let me say this too, that book ain't written by no black people. That book was written in France by some white folk. These amulets offer a unparalleled view into the hidden transcript and the private settings where Rabbi Matthew performed the most secret, transformative rituals at the hidden heart of black Israelism. The square amulet in Matthew's personal papers was modified from second tablet of the Spirit of Fire found on page 16 of the 6th and 7th book of Moses. What makes the derivation of Matthew's diagram from the Lawrence diagram indisputable is the fact that the Lawrence had reproduced a calligraphic error in the Hebrew that Matthew has repeated. So basically, Matthew's bit off the damn book, right? That he was known for doing shit like that, biting off of something and using it for their own. The word at the bottom, ha-kak, meaning the power, has been miswritten. An errant vertical line closes the gap of the middle letters. See? See this here? I can skip y'all. I might share this one day. I might share this with y'all one day. The 2 amulets shed light on Matthew's esoteric theology, part of the secret knowledge at the heart of his black Israelite belief. Matthew wrote several phrases in the fractured Hebrew on the diagram, the top one of which can be translated, rise and give me good luck. Just below the median line of the Hebrew can be translated, within the 8th fire, you should give me life. And the bottom line may read either, the 8th God should be my father, or the 8th God, my father. At the simplest level, the diagram appears to be good luck charm. But at the higher level, the omelet amplifies and expands on Matthew's theology. In later decades, Matthew taught that these were 7 spirits or elements of God in 12 heavens, which his daughter implicated in the congregational newspaper. Do you know how few of us, the black Jews, know that God is wind, water, fire, life, light, power, and mind? This is God, the 7 elements. Each one of these elements, all gods among themselves. But the creator of these, the one ruler of these, is the one and only. He is God. He is in us, out of us, and is all about us. And without him, we wouldn't exist. Without any one of these gods, we would not exist. Given that Matthew believed that the 7 elements of God, this diagram appeared to have been used to worship and invoke the power and presence of the supreme creator God, an 8th God who appears through the medium of fire. The repetition of the number 8, the image of the fire, and the personal filing relationship with God are noteworthy. Again, the amulet can be translated, rise and give me good luck. Within the 8th fire, you should give me life. The 8th God, my father. Remember that Matthew began in the sanctified church. He may have borrowed the fiery conception of God from the common fire-baptized holiness Pentecostal conception of God. The multiple God elements in his theology, however, is what makes Matthew's creed most like the religion of the Black Atlantic. Moreover, the ritual use of these diagrams seem to have allowed Matthew to be filled with the presence of God and to relate to the Creator. God as a son relates to the Father. The second round amulet repeats it amplifies this scene in God's immanence and Matthew's own power. The diagram consists of several Hebrew sentences printed over a Magen David, literally a shield of David, as six-pointed star, which is common Kabbalistic.
Six-pointed star is a Kabbalah sign that is used as an amulet where you can conjure spirits. That's why Sakari got butt plugged. The spirit said, I want your chon chon, bro. I give you enough power. You're not giving me chon chon. So Sakari went butt plug all day. That's what happens. Baal Moloch, he likes excrement.
After some undecipherable words in the beginning of the papers, the sentence continues. Look, this nigga practicing black magic on you niggas. And y'all don't even know. And you ain't know. The coke practicing black magic on your ass. And you ain't know. These niggas eating poke behind doors. And you ain't know.
Next one.
About 48 hours before Charlie Kirk died, Charlie informed people at Turning Point, as well as Jewish donors and a rabbi, that he had no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel cause outright. Okay? Charlie was done. He said it explicitly that he refused.
I thought that was the other video. But, I think, anyways, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, that's it, bro. That's, and the funny part is that I'll bet you that video, that was, well, let me share it with y'all. Let me get through this and I'm going to share that.
Was hailed as a hero. We were in high school and middle school, and he's the father of modern psychology. Yeah, guys, that's kind of the problem. That is kind of the problem, actually. Anyway, to contextualize this, he's writing a letter to his best friend, also the person he was having a gay affair with, who mentored him, Wilhelm Fliess. Now, I should skip to the part and tell you Wilhelm Fliess also molested his own son, Robert Fliess. Robert Fliess spoke about that when he got older. But Sigmund Freud is writing to Wilhelm Fliess after he gets initiated, because they wait until you're 36 to initiate you into the occult mystic Kabbalah.
This why you bullshitting. You're part of that shit. I got pictures of you doing that. I mean, come on, stop. See, this is what I'm saying, family. You can't trust Canaan. They're no fucking different. They're as dirty as these bastards, Amaleks and Edomites.
I'm going to read you what he writes. He's referring to a patient who he previously hadn't understood before his initiation, who came in, and she spoke to him about what she experienced when she was a child.
Let me get ahead, because this guy made a good comment.
Missing Khazarian Empire. Khazars were a nomadic Turkic tribe.
So now she's talking about Khazar. I love talking about these nations, but you don't say about you. I guess that's my job, huh? That's why you fucking run from me.
It's happening in our world. And what he's referring to are ancient pagan festivals and ceremonies that center around the Earth's cycles of death and rebirth. And so to make this extra clear to you, we are not in a war between monotheistic faiths. The people that we are fighting are effectively pagan gypsies who have been wearing the cloak of Judaism, I would say, since the fall of the missing Khazarian Empire. The Khazars were a nomadic Turkic tribe who adopted Judaism in the 8th century. Now, Freud, this part is important. We're going to get to what's in Epstein's emails because, man, if I didn't tell you guys the truth, Freud himself was a racist, okay? He was a part, like I said, of the free...
You see, so that, yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm glad you're bringing out Khazars. But why don't you tell the truth about you? Because I've been sharing this shit for quite some time. The dawn of the Middle Ages, And I've been pointing this out before. This West African Negro, Canaanite, claiming all of a sudden she's a Jew now, because that's what it is, fam. All of a sudden she's a Jew. I've been sharing this shit for a while. When you were getting paid, when your ass was getting played and paid, but you didn't care, right? These guys are those guys. Those guys are these guys. We know. This is called Western European Jewry, meaning these are Anglo-European people who she married, by the way. And in this very book, you know, it kind of references who these people are. You see, like the coming of the Anglo-Saxons. Remember, the book is all relative to these people. So the Anglo-Saxons are they're not that different than the Khazars. You know what I'm saying? But this fucking ugly bitch wants to make it seem like it's like they're different. This bitch wants to make it seem like, oh, I didn't marry a Khazar. I married an Anglo. Y'all ain't. You're no different. It's like the brother said, told you manifested Israel. Told you they manifested Israel. Yeah, bro, I've been saying that shit for a while. This is who you are, like Leo, the Khazar, married into an Anglo. Then she says, oh, they just disappeared. No, basically, this book tells you what actually occurred. They were swallowed up by the Kievs. In this book, you find out that this nation eventually became Kiev. See, here it goes. One of their number, Obadiah, reigning at the end of the 8th century, found himself harassed by rebel attempts at religious conversions made by the Byzantine Christians and the Arab Muslims who flocked to his court. And so he decided to evade the dilemma by embracing Judaism. Instead, thereafter, he and his nobles and their descendants remained Jewish until their state, after gradually diminishing in size, was absorbed by Kiev in the 11th century. See? So we know, because you're just a paid act. You're just one of those Negroes that are grifting and shit, because that's what you're about. You guys are all about that. All of a sudden, oh, these people, right? All of these people are evil, but you don't say what we know, that Negros owned slaves, Negros were pedophiles, Negros were raping our women, Negros were burning our people as well, and enslaving white folks too. But you see, this stupid ass old man, he don't know. He don't want to hear about that.
Said this is how I am being treated because I don't listen to them. Hence their psychotic, obsessive, and frankly, their evil manner in which they have confronted me simply trying to move on in my life after realizing I don't want to work for Zionist psychopaths. I just don't want to do that if that's cool.
All right, so I'll stop it there. Now, let me ask. No, Kurt, you followed it. When she said all that stuff, I'm watching it. I'm like, Bo, I don't understand anything she's saying about
something out.
About the mystic Jewish and how it gets into all the religions, which is what you've been telling me about these Christian people.
Dialectic.
Yeah. And so the false dialectic of the north, south, left, right, that's
what Hegel was into. And she's right about Freud. That's 100% correct. She keeps stressing Catholic girl was killed. So this is the thing this is what I would ask her about. That's all true what she's saying. The Vatican's in on it. Did you not know that? You're an adult convert to Catholicism.
See, I love that he said that. Bitch, the fucking Vatican's on it. Did you not fucking know that? Or, I'm sorry, it's the melanin in front of your face that's not letting you process the thorough information. Is that what it is? Or is it the paleness that's going between your legs that's confusing you about the truth? Which one is it?
They are in on it. The New World Order of the Rose, that's Jesuits. They're all in on it. So don't worry, it's not just them. And the Khazarian thing, so here's the actual story of that. Some Jewish guy was attempting to prove it's a religion, not a race. And that's where that comes from a guy well-intentioned trying to separate the religion from the race, not understanding the Zionists want it to be a race because they need it to be. So this is the part, like I said, I would ask her good questions, because when she came on, remember she thought Soviets invented concentration camps, but no, that was the British in South Africa. And I have seen her assimilate information when she learns it. But again, if you're Catholic, Bannon, same thing. He throws out specifically Catholic all the time. The Vatican's in on it. What are you guys talking about? Do you think the Vatican's not in on it?
You see what I'm saying? That's my argument. Thank you. Thank you. That's my fucking argument. Let me see what you're saying, brother. Mexico is a Ticoyahuacat, a title for a warrior prince with a chimali, meaning a shield, ancient Semitic for all, man. Huh. I need to find the link. Melchizedek Sham, a ruler of Shalom, peace, brought forth bread and wine, wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and he was a chief ruler of the supreme power, Barak. He set Barak and to be Abraham of the supreme power, the Most High, creator of the heavens and earth. Genesis 14:18 through 19. Later, the house of Yahweh came, as it mentioned. Deuteronomy 33:13 through 17. Barak of the Lord be his land, or how the so-called natives call it, the land of the eternal springs, and multiplied. Let's see. Yahweh is a fruitful son, fruitful children by the spring, and whose branches go all over the wall. Yeah, dude, you got to check it out real quick. Hold on, let's continue.
You're right. That's horrible. Your own thing is in on it. Do you not get it? I don't understand why they leave this out.
So let me.
Mean fam, that's why I'm like, so you're talking shit about these people, but you don't even realize that your Christian concepts, as well as people like you, right? Like you talk about Candace, dark people that claim reparations and shit. They don't even realize that they had slaves. And you guys were the original buck breakers. I mean, you see it in jail. Who's buck breaking men in jail? It's black dudes raping white boys. That's buck breaking. Because it's so bad that you even make them paint their fucking hair. You see, if you were not those people before, then you wouldn't be doing those things today. But you are those people before. This is why you're doing those things today.
Let me throw it back to you, Keaton. What do you make of that when you hear that? And it makes whoever seems to be in charge of Judaism, it seems like what she's saying, and correct me if you didn't hear it this way.
Muhammad, I believe.
That the whoever's in charge of Judaism is like a mystic, and they're doing that mystic Judaism, which isn't Judaism, and they're steering the conversation, and that's why I can get in all different religions, and they have this supremacist view, and that's how they talk about us behind closed doors. What do you say to that?
Well, Catholics take communion, so I don't really see the difference. I think this is all kind of overblown. I'm just kidding.
You're right.
No, I'm just joking. No, I mean, I like you, Jim.
Yeah, they go into some other topic here real quick. But you know what? I'm not here to like defend that bullshit. But let's continue, man, because you know what? She makes a good point. But listen, family, like I'm just like, let me bring you back to this bullshit here. Like, let me bring you back to this bullshit. You guys are real quick to call these people out, but you don't call yourselves out. Maybe that's why that's my job. That's probably why you guys don't say shit about me, right? It's like you guys are attacking the Khazars. The Khazars can't really say nothing back, but I'm attacking you, and you shit. You better put some lotion on, because you too sweaty.
His name was Nathan Milikowski. Later in life, he Hebraized his surname from Milikowski to Netanyahu, a name which means God has given.
This is Yair Netanyahu's DNA test that has been leaked. You can see right there his Y DNA is RM198. Descendants of RM198 come from Poland, Russia, Germany, and other European countries. Does this look Semitic to you? Does this look Middle Eastern?
Maybe you will ask, who is Mr. Milikowski?
I did ask, and you told me, but I didn't know before.
He is Benjamin Netanyahu. This is the real name.
Prime Minister or President of Israel.
The colonial settler state of Israel.
Now, in 1000, the Eastern Slavic kingdoms had been converted to Christianity. And so the Prince of Kiev, who was a Christian, combined with the Emperor.
Did you hear what he said? The Prince of Kiev. We just confirmed it. You see, family, in this channel, we're not surprised. We're way ahead of these people. All of a sudden, it's a big deal. It's a big fucking deal. And they got 120,000 subscribers. And yeah, shut up, Cracker Barrel Canaanites. Y'all stupid. We've been knowing this about y'all. See, the beautiful part is that now you can't fool nobody.
Constantinople, and they attacked the Jewish kingdom of Khazaria, and the Khazarian kingdom came to an end as an empire, but there were still Khazarian Jews living there. An interesting thing is that I met Jews from that group in Israel. One of them married my wife's cousin, so we were at the wedding. It was very nice. They got married, so I was speaking to her husband. By the way, he looked like a warrior in Genghis Khan's army. And I asked him, what language did you speak? So he says, Tat. I said, Tat, what is it? I don't know, that's the language we spoke. So I said, why don't you count from 1 to 10 in Tat? So he counted from 1 to 10. I said, okay, it's Persian. It's a Persian dialect. Then he tells me, we are all descendants of converts. All of us. I said, really? What makes you say that? He says, well, it's a tradition.
Yeah, I think that it should be abundantly obvious at this moment in time, at this moment in history, who God's chosen actually are. And it ain't.
Hey, hold on. I was waiting for this moment. It's about time for you guys to know who God's chosen people are. You mean the Negroes that were enslaving people and raping kids and shit? And burning them at the stake? And taking people to court because they didn't want to let them finish their indentured servitude? I mean, you guys are the first reason why perpetual slavery became. You took people to court. You were the first ones to have slaves to take people to court. And then the indentured servitude became a perpetual slavery. How come you don't teach that shit, Negros? Please, African Americans that are so fucking hardcore about reparations, or that claim to be FBA, or that claim to be BHI, or some fucking dumbass bullshit, please let me know. ABO, WABO, AFO, FABO, whatever, failed black Americans. I don't give a fuck what your initials or acronyms are. Please explain this shit to me. All of a sudden now y'all Paleo Hebrews? For real, yo? Hold on a second. We're not done.
The Polish Bibi Netanyahu.
Yehuda Halevi wrote this book, the Kuzari, because he knew the story of the king of the Khazars converting to Judaism. But he didn't go into the details. He just wrote a dialogue, a Platonic dialogue between the Jewish scholar and the king of the Khazars. And that's the meaning of the book. That's the whole purpose of the book, the Kuzari. It's Yehuda Halevi's philosophy of Judaism. It's a beautifully written book, and it is the first great Zionist document written, namely a Jew living in exile and speaking about the hope of the Jews to rebuild the land of Israel and the hope of the Jews to live as independent, free, independent people in the land of Israel. He explains all of this in the course of the dialogue, and of course explains the beauty of Judaism and the greatness of Judaism and so on. Yehuda Halevi also was you could say, dedicated Zionist, because with all of his success, and he was a physician who had a good reputation, he still felt he doesn't want to continue living in a Christian country, because Toledo had become Christian by this time. And Yehuda Halevi set out to go to the land of Israel. He actually went. It is reported that he landed in several North African cities, in the Kairouan and in Egypt. And that's the end. We don't know after that what happened. Of course, there are legends about what happened, but we don't know what happened. He disappears. He was about 75 years old at the time. And the journey was not easy, especially going from one hostile environment to another. And the environment in the land of Israel was very hostile because the Crusaders were still on the march against the infidels, and Jews are just as infidel as Muslims.
You describe yourself as a Talmudic Jew, and I've learned what's in that Talmud, and I encourage other people at home to learn what is in that Talmud so that you know what Ben thinks of you, because he doesn't just hate me, he hates you too, white men. He hates
you too, white man. You hear what she said? He hates you too. The sausages that's going between my legs. He hates you too, white man. I got a lot of documentation and proof that Negros hate our people. Matter of fact, I got a lot of documentation that, you know what? He doesn't hate the fucking white man as much as he hates us. Here, I'll prove it to y'all. You see, this is why it's like, this, again, family, estos morenos way, this is why you guys disgust me. You are always trying to stay in front of empathy. Poor me, poor me, poor me. Fuck you.
Es un criminal sionista, lo digo abiertamente, él apoyó a Trump. Y es íntimo de Netanyahu. Entonces, cuando llegó Netanyahu a Dallas, Texas, que había un grupo de judíos o israelíes, no sé cómo se diga ya eso, le decían, oye, ¿por qué persigues tanto a los palestinos? Y les dice, los palestinos son para nosotros los israelíes lo que los mexicanos son para ustedes en Estados Unidos. Es un criminal.
It's all black people, okay? If he's following the rules of the Talmud, I mean, when I say hates, they think that we're animals.
Is Candace Owens correct when she says, quote, they think that we're animals, that they have a right to own us? What does the Talmud actually say about Negroes? Can we confirm that they think of Negroes as animals? This is coming from the Talmud Barakah 58b. Quote, on seeing pockmarked...
You see, here it goes. Since they're not the attention right now because of what's going on, y'all trying to find some fucking way for people to feel sorry for you. That's just fucking weakness, man. And then at the same time, in the same breath, you're criticizing these people for supposedly trying to be somebody they're not. But you have Negros that, like you, look like you, smell like you, talk like you, claiming to be the indigenous people of this land. What the fuck is the difference? What the fuck is the difference? You're no different than these disgusting heathens, bro. Y'all the same shit.
Worship down.
And you know what else, Jim? I just want to say this to our Christian friends, you know, just to call it as it is and say it straight out, you know, you guys are worshiping one Jew. That's a mistake. You should be worshiping every single one of us because we all die for your sins every single day. And that's exactly what's going on here. Yeah. We're all God's firstborn. We're dying for your sins right now because the Jewish people in the land of Israel are the bulwark against the orcs. Okay? The orcs are coming not to a theater near you, but to your home.
Stop telling people you're chosen. You are not chosen to do ish except within the synagogue of Satan.
Glad you said that shit. I'm going to use this brother's video real quick because you know what? I think it makes perfect sense.
Familiar with him?
Real quick, just quick. I want to show you this because you know what, dude? It's so silly to me, bro. Like, I laugh at you fucking dirty bastards, bro. Like, you guys are criticizing these people and you're no different than them. You are just like them. Let's listen to this. Because she's like, oh, this guy in here, he fucking did and that and da-da-da-da and da-da-da-da and we're the Paleo Hebrews and I've been here fucking forever. Shut your fucking stinking ass up.
Familiar with him? Are you familiar with him? There is a
right back
issue, concern that's going on with racial slur against the Aboriginal Indigenous people. Brittany Smith, there's an individual that has been on TikTok. I have videos to send to you guys, to send to you guys, and he speak out as if he the chief of the Seneca tribe, located in the chief. Okay, wait a minute. As he the Seneca chief. His name is Ronald Thomas.
And you said he's on TikTok? I want to look that go to Alex.
Yes, ma'am. He go by the name of Joe Wire on TikTok.
How do you spell that?
It's IAH. He go by the name of Joe Wire. His real government name is Ronald Thomas. Now,
he popped right out. It says Joe Wire, Seneca native.
Yes, ma'am. You found him?
Let's see. Alright, let me see if I can get his to pop. He has his own account?
Yes, ma'am. He has his own account. So this is the issue that's going on. Copper Color Indian Nation. I am not federally recognized. We are a tribe that state to state recognized. We're not federally recognized. I am calling on the behalf because he...
What I'm saying? Isn't that ugly bitch saying and complaining about the same shit? Khazars are trying to act like they're Jewish, like they're the chosen people, but they're not. They're evil and wicked. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, he does that shit, bro. Like, you know, and you know me, brother, we talk. So him and I, you know, we don't really see things the same, and I don't always have to agree with people. You know, you and I talk. But I like the way that he pushes back and actually shows like, yo, listen, this is our heritage. You better fucking come through my mind and spirit before you can try to think you can keep that. Fuck no. Because it's all lies. This is why, like, who are you, Candace? You were getting paid by them. You're still getting paid by them. You're part of that Prince Hall Freemasonry. What the fuck are you talking about? Your gente that looks like you are claiming that you guys are originally here. Well, how different are you than the Khazars? The Khazars claim to be Hebrews. The Negros claim to be indigenous natives of this America. The Khazars give us Holocaust movies and dressed up those Nazis really well, right? And the Negros give us that whole fucking slavery bullshit. Well, actually, you guys been slowing down on that. I think it's because you're kind of getting tired of it, huh? Next thing you know, you're going to come up with a fucking movie about natives being Negros? Is that what it is? Is that your plan? Because it ain't going to work. But let's continue. I know where you're going.
Gets on here, on this app, and he straight tell everybody that we're straight up Africans. Now, ma'am, let me explain this to you. I done my genealogy, okay? I actually have...
That's funny. He has a Southern...
That's him. So I have done my genealogy, right? And I'm from a indigenous land. I'm from Monrovia, Alabama. My family are the Creek, the Choctaws, and the Cherokee, and the Yamasees, okay? I know exactly who I am. We have treaties, Copper Color Indian Nation. We have state to state recognized. Once again, we are not federally recognized. But I have straight up clips of this individual just talking about that we're some Africans. We came off of the slave boat. You guys was here before we were. And let me tell you something. The Aboriginal people are melanated people. And I'm very much so melanated. My blood type is O positive.
Much so melanated. Sorry. Melanated. My blood type is HO positive. Bitch, please. Stop with your fucking bullshit. You see what I'm saying, Kanan? Y'all need to shut the fuck up. You guys are quick to criticize Amalek, but you're no fucking different. You're as dirty and nasty as they are. Like, seriously. And you guys hate our people the same way they hate our people. This is why I showed the video. You see, they even admitted themselves. See, here's the deal. Like, they admit that they hate us. You guys are claiming, no, we, black and brown. Now, fuck no. Fuck no. I need you guys to watch this movie called Antebellum. And you're going to see these two conversations with this negra and this white girl. And basically look at it like nations. One person saying we have to dominate these people by exclusion. And the other one saying, no, we got to dominate them by inclusion. That's a hint, family.
Es un criminal sionista, lo digo abiertamente, él apoyó a Trump y es íntimo de Netanyahu. Entonces, cuando llegó Netanyahu a Dallas, Texas, que había un grupo de judíos o israelíes, no sé cómo se diga ya eso, le decían, oye, ¿por qué persigues tanto a los palestinos? Y les dice, los palestinos son para nosotros los israelíes lo que los mexicanos son para ustedes en Estados Unidos.
And I'm very indigenous. My people is the one that own burnt corn land. Now, I have family that's enrolled inside of the Creek Nation. I do have family members. I have spoken to Porch Creek about this individual, and I have spoken to people in my family. So the best advisement that I had from them was to reach out to you, because now what is boiling down to is...
Advisement is not a word.
By him getting on here saying that he's a straight up indigenous and he the only native and we African. Ma'am, let me tell you something. I have done my genealogy and I don't have not one African. I don't even know an African. None of my family never came from no slave ship boats from Africa. All my family, we own our land today. I don't have to be federally recognized to be recognized, but I am somebody.
Yeah, he's probably just like a Seneca Nation member.
Hey, I'm somebody.
I don't even know if he's a member. But yeah, I wouldn't really worry about him, as we don't have chiefs. We're not that kind of nation. I believe they have chiefs up in Seneca Falls, but they're not Senecas. They're whatever the hell they are up there. I don't know what they are up there. I'm trying to think, what are they?
And we were here first, so I don't know nothing about no native, because I was here first. My ancestors, they built this empire. I'm very indigenous. I know who I am. I'm pale Hebrew, ma'am. Before it...
There she goes. There she blows. Of my... I can't even fucking say it. I'm pale Hebrew. Hold on a second. Didn't she say that she was very fucking melanated? Hold on. Here it goes.
Turkey Slurpee. Turkey Slurpee.
That's what it is.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Turkey Slurpee. That's what it is, man. This is funny, bro. This is so fucking funny to me. Let's continue.
Before I was classified from Yamasis, my family are pale Hebrews. I come from a very indigenous royal bloodline.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay him no attention. He's not a chief at all. We don't have a chief at all. We don't have chiefs. He's probably just...
But whatever he is, he's out of control, because now it's going to become an issue that he's talking. I want to contest everybody's genealogy actually showing 7.
You gotta love this brother for doing that. Fuck yeah, dog. Hell yeah. Hey, listen, man, I try to show love to channels. They never give me the same response. It's all good. I'm not offended by it. But eventually, it's kind of like, bro, yeah, like, I promote your shit, and then you don't kind of like, scratch me back. It's kind of weird, but whatever. You know what I mean? I just know where I stand. It's all good. I'll still show y'all love and shit, because, technically, I could be your grandpa. Let's go.
Generations that you guys are.
The person who does our genealogy, but it's like for that, you say you already know what you are. If someone were to say that they were, because you do it.
How is she any different than this one here?
Clearly, because everything you do is the manufacturing of lies, bullying, getting people to write articles, smearing, libeling. Yeah, it's pretty explicit what kind of people engage in that sort of stuff. So anyways, let me stop telling you guys how I really.
Yeah, you're right. Kind of like the Willie Lynch letter that never happened, you know? Like that. Kind of like the fact that you guys own slaves as well as the white man. Kind of like the fact that it was you guys that brought smallpox to our people and decimated our gente, and also at the same time took advantage of it. And then all of a sudden now you want to claim to be us? Just like you said, Candace Owens, they are Europeans. You guys are West fucking Africans.
Let me stop telling you guys how I really feel.
Now, this may come as a surprise to you, but as many as 10,000 Jews served in the Confederate Army, and they served bravely. There was Adolf Proskauer, a recent immigrant from Poland who fought at Seven Pines, Chancellorsville, Gettysburg, and Spotsylvania. Wounded at least 3 times, he just couldn't kill this guy. Then there was Louis Leon, also a recent immigrant, this time from Germany, who was one of the few survivors from his brigade who fought at Gettysburg. Now, he was real hardcore, and 50 years after the battle, he had this to say in his memoirs. I still say our cause was just, nor do I regret one thing that I have done to cripple the North. But
okay, sounds good. You're right. They did do that. Candace. They did do that. But you know who was also involved in that shit? Oh my God. What do you mean? I don't understand. I thought Confederates were only whites and Jews and KKKs. And you Spaniards. I thought it was just that. No, you fuck faces. You see, in this channel, I don't let it go, bro. Because here's what we know. The number of and distribution of black slaveholding. Now, check this out. Remember he said, the Confederates? And on January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, thus initiating the legal process to free slaves in the rebellion. That's 2 years before the war. The southern states and eventually to eliminate chattel slavery in North America. Hold on a second. The ramification of Lincoln's proclamation affected not only thousands of white slave masters, but hundreds of black slave holders, meaning black rapists, black pedophiles, black fucking dirty scoundrels that own slaves, and all of a sudden now they want to be FBA claiming that they want reparations. You're no different than January 6th, you fuck faces. January 6th people are now, they want reparations and shit. In Charleston City, for example, there were 91 free black masters. FBA. Foundation of Black Americans? Yeah, that's what you're saying. You were black you were black slavers who owned 268 slaves when President Lincoln signed that historic document. Upon the conclusion of the Civil War, more than 75 black masters in that city were instructed to free their slaves, who numbered 241 bondsmen. You fucking bastards didn't want to let go of your slavery. The number of black slavers during the war years was a fraction of the total slaveholding community in African Americans over all the slavery years in Southern Carolina. I can debunk that with other material because, you know, they're trying to be lenient. Like, it wasn't that many of us, you know what I'm saying? How many women did you rape, Negro? No wonder Charleston White wants to be a slave master. Here, let me look for it. Charleston White actually says that. He says, I want to be a slave master. I'm going to whip them some Negroes. That's what he says. Well, he says the other way. What is it? Charleston White slave master. I think that's what it is. Like, is this that? There it goes.
I'm the product of slavery. Look how beautiful I look.
What?
Look how powerful I sound. I know y'all didn't think slavery went away. The spirits of the slaves and the spirit of the slave master is all in me.
No, bro. Nah.
Sick and shit, Charlie. Don't give a damn. It's our history. And I embrace aspect of American history, son. I grew up as a little boy reading and studying and asking questions.
Yo, this dude crazy.
I couldn't wait to play one in a movie. I wanted to be a slave master too. I wanted to be a slave master. I wanted to see what it.
Now, for real though, I do want to play a role in a movie where I'm a slave master. You know what I mean? I'm slaving white people. You know what I'm saying?
It's funny. Bruh, you hold on a second. This is fucking crazy. You guys have been slave masters. Let's continue. Let them tell you, bro. They just want to be who they've always been. You dirty fucking slavers. Fuck all y'all motherfuckers, bro. Seriously.
And with the whip, but it's based on like back in the day, if the tables was turned.
Feel like to whip a nigga across his back. Make him holler, Toby. Toby.
What's your name, boy? Kunta Kinte. Hiya. What's your name, boy?
Yeah, put me in the movie, man. Give me a role, man. Slave master. You know what I mean? Make a movie and they got a whole bunch of white people and they being enslaved, you know what I'm saying? And they getting whipped when they don't listen, you know what I'm saying? And I take and separate their kids and I sell their kids to over here, you know what I'm saying? And then I do auctions for like the men and stuff, you know what I mean? I sell the men off and then I separate and just keep the mama and a couple of the daughters so they could just keep reproducing with their own son and stuff, you feel me?
Kunta. What's your name, nigga? Kunta. Your name is Toby. Your name is Toby. What is your name, nigga? Kunta. What is it? Kunta.
Yo, hey, Charleston funny, bro.
Say it again, Toby. What is it, Toby? Kunta. Say your name.
Kunta.
Nigga, say your name. Toby. Say it again, nigga. Toby. Say it louder, nigga. Nigga. Say it louder. Toby.
Nah, he can for sure play in the movie, man. Yeah. I get the role and he get a role, man. And we be selling slaves back to back. You feel me? That'll be a good movie, man. You know what I mean? Just call it a reverse psychology movie. You feel me? Like,
what's your name?
No, call it reverse roles. Yeah.
Charlemagne the God. What's your name, nigga? Toby. What's your name, nigga? LeBron James.
LeBron.
What?
Damn.
There's something about that whooping that he's doing. Like they think it's funny, man. People got enslaved, you know? People did go through that. That just shows where your fucking spirit is. That's why I love doing my classes, because guess what? You fucking dumbass Canaanites express yourself so easily. It's so easy to catch you. It's so easy.
Y entonces ocurre un fenómeno. Se descubre América. Los primeros esclavos que van al Nuevo Mundo son blancos. Sí, señor, blancos. Y los primeros negros que van al Nuevo Mundo son esos que tenían ya 50 años o más de presencia renovada y que eran negros ladinos y preparados militarmente para la conquista. En la capitulación de Toledo, que firma Francisco Pizarro en Toledo con la reina Juana, en el 29º, otro sí, pide 50 esclavos, entre los cuales debe haber un tercio de hembras, y se aprobó. Esos eran negros ladinos. Y estos negros ladinos ayudaron a la conquista y recibieron los mismos honores o los mismos castigos cuando los indios vencieron que los españoles. Pero los primeros esclavos fueron blancos, porque la esclavitud no reconocía color hasta esa época. Y la prueba está que en el siglo XIII, cuando Alfonso X el Sabio redacta las 7 partidas, en una de ellas, tomando quizá algo del Código Justiniano, dice que no es de natura esclavizar a otro hombre. Entonces la esclavitud casi estaba abolida. Revive con el presidente de América y sin nociones de lo que iba a hacer esto, se mandan blancos. Ahora, no vamos a decir que los blancos llegaron encadenados. Se mandaban a los blancos por castigos, sacaban de las cárceles. porque estaban en la inopia y iban en una forma de contratos temporales que ellos mismos pudieran manumitirse. Y 1000 formas diferentes para la esclavitud.
Yo, LeBron in the movie, hey, getting whipped, yo, that's crazy.
What's your name, nigga? Toby. Make you niggas ass holler Toby. I always want to play slave master, boy. You hear me?
Nah, for real though, man. I think that'd be a good movie, Charleston. No.
But there's one Confederate who in some ways topped them all. Judah Benjamin was born in the West Indies, grew up in South Carolina, and made his way to New Orleans, where he also made his fortune as an innovative sugarcane plantation owner with 140 slaves.
Literally, it's like, that's why I say it's a slave owner mentality. It's very obvious that that's what it is. Why are you hosting 300 people to fire someone? What is that? Here's what she did wrong. Here's what she did wrong.
Here's the part I want to show you, and then we move on for this stupid ass video. Okay, family, let's go.
And I'm just like the one who doesn't even flinch because literally F you. Yeah, literally F you. I don't care. Stop. Kanye was right. He was totally right.
The same people that have stripped us of our identity and labeled us as a color have told us what it means to be black and the vernacular that we're supposed to have. Planned Parenthood was made by Margaret Sanger, a known eugenics, with the KKK to control the Jew population. When I say Jew, I mean the 12 lost tribes of Judah, the blood of Christ.
I told ya. I told you. They fucking envy you, fam. Let's continue, though.
Who the race, the people known as the race black, really are.
Hitler was, and the Nazis, of course, expanded on Margaret Sanger's approach to eugenics, right? Eugenics was a movement that was born in the United States under hard doctrines of racism with the intent of eliminating the tribe of Judah in the African-American community in this country, right?
But listen, it's just all a game, family. It's all a game. I'll show part of that maybe tomorrow. Let's continue. Just want to show. Oh no, hold on. I already showed this to y'all. Okay, now hear this one. Thank you, bro. Listen, pay attention to this, fam. This is interesting.
Pine needles, put them into a bottle, then add some sugar and pure spring water. Then wait for 3 days. It'll turn into a carbonated soda that tastes just like Sprite.
What? So here they go saying Exodus 15:24, right? It's talking about a particular type of drink. Exodus 15:24. And this pertains to you, family. Not these fucking Canaanites. And the people murmured against, wait, what? Oh yeah, and the people murmured against Moses saying, what shall we drink? And he cried unto the Lord, and the Lord shewed him a tree, which when he cast into the waters were made sweet. There he made them a statute, an ordinance, and there he proved them. I mean, it says you throw the tree in the water and it becomes sweet, but he says you have to add another ingredient. But let's continue though. But look what they say, okay?
Oh, okay, that's pretty crazy. There's definitely some citrusy flavors going on. It's like subtle and really smooth, not too fizzy. That's actually so good. What the heck? That came from a tree. Oh, and please don't use any toxic pine trees.
See that? So then these Morenos, these West Africans with a so-called American experience, all of a sudden now they're like, this is who we are. Y'all created 7-Up now. Look at this. Extending into Baja California, Mexico. Basically, the only place you can find that tree is here. Let's continue though. And that's why, you know what, bro? Hey man, you probably, well, I've said it before. Again, it don't matter to me. If this is the old world, I don't know if it's the old world the way you guys say it, but I think it's an old world in the sense that this is Edom. I believe this is Eden. Like Eden. You know, this is what I believe now. Like I believe our land was Eden. If that's what you mean by the old world, then maybe. Let's continue.
There they face hardships, including a scarcity of drinkable water. At Mara they find water, but it is bitter. Moses cries out to the Lord, who shows him a piece of wood to throw into the water, making it sweet and drinkable. This event emphasizes the Israelites' dependency on God's guidance and provision. The Israelites' continued journey through the desert.
That desert look like America? Get the fuck out of here, Canaan. Canaan, y'all stupid, bro. Canaan is just fucking dumb, man. I think we just need to fucking educate them properly.
Native Americans cannot trace their lineage to being renamed by the government from Indian to black. But when you research, well, wait a minute, what was Walter Plecker's role in the United States government? The vital statistics. The vital statistics were changed. The U.S. Census were changed from Indian to Negro, black, and African American. That means it became illegal for us to speak our truth.
Y'all are embarrassing your children. And you created a problem because guess what? My children know exactly who the fuck they are. You really want to go against the actual people that create this or the people that make this shit up? You're really putting your children in a lot of problems. You don't even know the repercussions, West Africans. Here it says Black Slave Owners by Joseph Holloway. The majority of black slave owners were members of the mulatto class. In some cases, were sons and daughters of white slave masters. In some cases, not always. You see that? Many of the mulatto slave owners separated themselves from the masses of black people. You say mulatto? Nah, fuck no. Mestizo putos. Y'all are mestizos. The original fucking mestizos. We're mulattoes. No, fuck no. You are mestizos, fuckfaces. Y'all want to say that we're mixed? No, fuck no. We didn't mix with hardly any of you guys. You guys didn't even want us anyways. You fucked around with our women. That's as far as it can go. But us, man, we knew who the fuck walk with. So no, you're not no mulatto. You're a fucking mestizo, okay? You're a mestizo. Slave owners. Many of the Negro mestizo slave owners separated themselves from the masses of black people and attempted to establish a caste system based on color, wealth, and free status. According to the Martin Delany, the colored community of Charleston City, Charleston White, clung to the assumption of the superiority of the white blood and brown skin complexion. These mestizo negros of the old free black elite did not attend church with dark-skinned blacks in Charleston City. They not only formed congregations which excluded free men of dark complexion, but they only married among other mestizo negros to keep the color of the family. You know, like those light-skinned Negroes that claim to be like natives. This is what I'm talking about. This is why their racism is so obvious. Y'all are so easy to catch, man. You guys are so easy to fucking determine. Large number of free Negro, West Africans, by the way, owned black slaves in numbers disproportionate to their representation in society. According to federal census, in 1833, blacks owned more than 10,000 slaves in Louisiana, Maryland, South Carolina, Virginia. The majority of black slave owners lived in Louisiana and planted sugar canes. Slave holdings among the mestizo negros class in South Carolina was widespread according to the first census, 1790, which revealed that 36 out of 102, 35% of the free black heads of the family held slaves in Charleston City. Oh, shit. You could probably say, look, listen, in mathematics, what we call that is we round it off to 40%. So 40% of you fucking bastards, 40% of you West African Negroes, or North, whatever the fuck you are, own slaves. And you know what I'm saying? 40% of you are asking for reparations. That's what I'm saying, sis. That's crazy how they claiming to be only indigenous and no trace of African Even worse, they saying we not the indigenous people who got enslaved, murdered, raped, etc. by the Europeans. It's just ridiculous because you know what it is? This is what we call confabulation, where you do not want to accept what you fucking did. So you create this idea. And then because that idea doesn't really mesh with your brain, you confabulate some shit in between. And then you say, oh, we're the natives. Hey, Tariq Nasheed, what the fuck, bro? Why are you so scared, man? How come y'all never come to my channel or even post it on your family? Like, why don't you ever reference my channel? How come you guys never reference my channel? If you're saying I'm wrong, destroy this nonsense then. According to the U.S. Census reports in 1860, only a small minority of whites owned slaves. Out of a population of 27 million whites, only 8 million lived in the South. And out of this population, fewer than 385 owned slaves. In short, the total white population owned about 1.4, while the southern white population owned about 4.8 enslaved Africans. Do you know what that means? That means that there were more Negro slave holders than white slave holders. I'm going to come back to this article because we're about almost done. Negroes who own slaves. Calvin Wilson. The story in its completeness of the existence previous to the Civil War of a large number of free Negro slaveholders in America has become for our generation practically a lost chapter. The fact has been almost forgotten. The full data has never been collected and probably will never be exhausted, be in an exhaustive way. But pause, hold on a second. I am in talks with some people about doing a documentary about our gente, what we went through, our struggle, what we were taken away from. And I'm going to bring this portion out because it relates to our people. So no, not at all. En contraire, mon frère. We're going to push that shit out. We're going to show our people who we are and who you guys are and who all those other people are that came with y'all. Shit is over. Remember that whole Negroes to Hebrews shit bullshit? I'm going to debunk the fuck out of it with a very simple slap in your face and then tell your mom I'll be home soon. You get what I'm saying? Like, this is so easy to debunk, bro. Like, look, listen, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you guys a link so you guys can read it because I'm serious, man. We're either writing a book or doing a documentary. I think a documentary would be even more fucking substantial. Here's another material called The Journal of Negro History. Colored free men as slave owners in Virginia. Among the quaint old 17th century, meaning 1601 through 1699, statutes of Virginia may be found following the significant enactment. No Negro or Indian, though baptized and enjoying their own freedom, shall be capable of any purchase of Christians, meaning white people, but yet not be debarred from buying any of their own nations. You see that? So, again, as you can see, there's hardly any documentation of Indian so-called natives owning slaves. But you know what this says? That y'all Negroes, you dirty fucking bastard liars, sons of bitches, been owning more slaves than white folks. And as a matter of fact, just like Charleston White showed y'all, he's willing to rape you in the booty hole. And like we see it in jail, that's why we call you guys mayates. Not because you're black. It's because you're dudes that like to fuck dudes and then claim that you're not gay. I'm tired of this bullshit, family. I don't got no time for games and none of that stuff, fam. You know what I'm saying? I got no time for that. Hold on, let me block this real quick because that's it ain't really that private, but you know, some information. It's really sad for me, man. It's really sad that I have to see this stuff, that I have to experience this shit, that I even have to deal with it, bro. We're almost done.
Once again, I got to hit you guys with some crazy information. And viewer discretion is advised. My apologies. I'm going to word this in a way that doesn't gross anybody out, but this story is foul. See this husband and wife right here? They had 4 kids together. They just got sentenced the other day 6 years each, with 2 consecutive life sentences apiece for taking out their older 2 kids. And what I mean by taking out, I'm going to use the word dismemberment. Yeah. To their oldest kids was a 12-year-old boy and a 13-year-old girl. That's not even the worst part, even though it's a tragedy. They did that in the room, and they had 2 younger kids. I believe it was 8 and 9. They grabbed their kids and made them go stare at their siblings while they laid there. The dismembered part, I don't know, as a form of discipline or to scare them straight, and then locked them away in a room for several days, starved them without no food and no water. They made.
Let me remind you, bro. You guys are the first fucking Spaniards. You Negroes are the first Spaniards.
That's gonna hurt!
I know it sounds kind of stupid and shit, but you know, this is how you sound like right now.
Turkey Slurpee.
You're gonna suck your own bullshit. Spanish mixed with indigenous blood is... No, you don't understand. You don't understand. You guys were the first Spaniards. Did you not? Did you just show up? Hold on, matter of fact, you know what? Let me do you a favor. Let me do you a paro, homie. Because apparently you don't fucking learn and shit. You're probably stubborn, hard-headed, or some fucking dumbass bullshit mind of yours that doesn't let you think. Let me show you again. Here's the translation, okay? By the way.
Y entonces ocurre un fenómeno. Se descubre América. Los primeros esclavos que van al Nuevo Mundo son blancos. Sí, señor, blancos. Y los primeros negros que van al Nuevo Mundo son esos que tenían ya 50 años o más de presencia renovada y que eran negros ladinos y preparados militarmente para la conquista. En la capitulación de Toledo, que firma Francisco Pizarro en Toledo con la reina Juana, en el 29, otro sí, pide 50 esclavos, entre los cuales debe haber un tercio de hembras, y se aprobó. Esos eran negros ladinos. Y estos negros ladinos ayudaron a la conquista y recibieron los mismos honores o los mismos castigos cuando los indios vencieron que los españoles. Pero los primeros esclavos fueron blancos, porque la esclavitud no reconocía color hasta esa época. Y la prueba está que en el siglo XIII, cuando Alfonso X el Sabio redacta las 7 partidas, en una de ellas, tomando quizá algo del código justiniano, dice que no es de natura esclavizar a otro hombre. Entonces la esclavitud casi estaba abolida. Revive con el descubrimiento de América y sin noción de lo que iba a hacer esto se mandan blancos. Ahora, no vamos a decir que los blancos llegaron encadenados. Se mandaban a los blancos por castigos, se sacaban de las cárceles, porque estaban...
Y'all were the first Spaniards. Stop it, donkey.
Made those kids see their siblings in such a... Once again, I got to hit you guys with some crazy information. And viewer discretion is advised. My apologies. I'm going to word this in a way that doesn't gross anybody out, but this story is foul. See this husband and wife right here? They had 4 kids together. They just got sentenced the other day, 6 years each, with 2 consecutive life sentences apiece for taking out their older 2 kids. And what I mean by taking out, I'm going to use the word dismemberment. Yeah. To their oldest kids was a 12-year-old boy and a 13-year-old girl. That's not even the worst part, even though it's a tragedy. They did that in the room, and they had 2 younger kids. I believe it was 8 and 9. They grabbed their kids and made them go stare at their siblings while they laid there. The dismembered part, I don't know, as a form of discipline or to scare them straight, and then locked them away in a room for several days, starved them without no food and no water. They made those kids see their siblings in such a horrible fashion right when it happened. Made them stare at it for a while. Those kids got taken. I believe they're in joint protection for, I think, a minimum of 10 years right now. Sad. So trust me when I tell you, when it comes to these two individuals that did this to their own kids, I know for a fact, because I'm a religious person, that there's a special place in hell for these kind of people. And I hope that God arranges that meeting a hell of a lot faster, because we know California law, California politicians got rid of the death penalty. So they get to do life in prison. They get to spend the rest of their lives doing life in prison. So I thought I'd make them famous for the prison system out there to recognize who they are, so they don't try to hide it. Because this is disgusting. And I don't wish harm on nobody. Never, I don't want to. But like I said, there's a special place in hell for people like this. And I wouldn't lose a bit of sleep if anything did happen to them.
I'm going to show you something real quick because this is important, okay? So I also did my DNA. I'm sure you guys have seen it before, but, you know, like, here's what it said about me. All right? I use CRI Genetics, and I like them because they're very thorough with a lot of their information, all right? I've had other brothers and sisters, family members actually take this, and it was fucking accurate. More accurate than any other ones that I've seen. But, you know, again, that's maybe my opinion. So they go by recent analysis, advanced analysis, trait tracer, and all that shit, okay? So here it says that the most recent analysis is that I'm 91% of the Americas, Mexican, Peruvian, Colombian, yada, yada, yada. All of these other things, as you can see, there's no African whatsoever in me, okay? At all. Says that I may be Maya, Zapoteca, Olmeca, or Azteca. Like, that's where they see the bloodline coming from, okay? All right. So now I'm going to, matter of fact, I don't give a fuck, dude. Everybody knows my fucking government name anyways. So now we're going to see an advancement here regarding, like, that's where it says advanced analysis. Now it's going thoroughly into my bloodline. So it says here that I'm technically predominantly, even though I was born in Mexico, Guadalajara, Jalisco, and my family's been there for years, it says that we migrated from down south, from Peru. So that predominantly Peruvian, but still 92.4%. Peruvian, Mexican, Colombian, right? So it seems like I'm South American. That's what this DNA says. That I may be of the Aymara tribe or Quechua tribe or Inca tribe. Now, I've shared a lot of material regarding these tribes about how they spoke and the similar languages. Now, supposedly it says I got a European, 1%, doesn't matter. Asian, hardly anything. South Asian, hardly anything. Africa, I mean, fuck, dude, like 10 point fucking whatever that is. Now, here's where it gets interesting. People come over here and say we're mestizos, right? Well, it says that I'm predominantly 92% of our people. And then here's the trait tracer that it talks about. There goes my slave name. It says Peruvian, like, so it's dating, okay? So it's going in dating and shit, all right? So we're going to go from this date, 1870, all the way through the bottom, 245 AD. So they're saying that they can trace back my bloodline as far back as almost 2,000 years, okay? We got the maternal, but the paternal is what matters. The paternal is what matters. So they're saying that paternally, my bloodline is this. Now, Negro's going to be like, oh, you're European. Okay. Well, if you believe in this whole science stuff, right, then you would know how the DNA haplo migration starts and how it branches out. So here's what I've been saying before I even took this DNA, fam. I said that we were those people of that Bible and that we migrated from this side of the town all the way through this side of the town. Okay? Now, I've showed you guys that I'm 92% of this indigenous land. So I don't have any mixture of hardly any other fucking raza. But here's where it gets really interesting. Pay attention. Shut your ass up, donkey. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We got simpletons like you all the time and shit. I was curious about this channel. You're ignorant. Okay, sounds good. Debunk my shit then. Do you want to come on board and debunk what I'm saying? If you're saying that my shit is not accurate, your information is not accurate. Okay, sounds good. Do you want to click the link so then you can debunk my shit? You fucking grifter. Nah, fuck no. You're a Negro grifter. Y'all been Negro grifting off our heritage for a long time. Colombianos perfected it. Colombianos showed y'all, like, yeah, this is the way you take money from people. Just give them what they want to fucking hear. Nah, hell no, donkey. You stupid. You stupid for being here. Do you want to know why? Because I didn't invite you. So if you're saying I'm stupid, you're watching me. So who's more stupider? The teacher that's stupid or the student that's listening? You stupid, bro. Anyways, look, fam, you see what I mean? So technically, it's saying that what? That my parents, my father's bloodline came from this region, which if you understand the way the scriptures talk about, Abraham came out of the Ur of the Chaldees, and then he went into Mesopotamia, which was right here, before he sojourned into the land of so-called Canaan. And Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were traveling Padam Aram, which is this circle here, where they would marry their own women. See what I'm saying? You're just a sad case. He said, most of your followers are uneducated. What's low-hanging fruit, Negro grifter? What is low-hanging fruit, Negro grifter? Let's see, man. Hey, listen, bro. If you got the huevos, homie, step up to the game. Here you go, right here. I'll give you the dance floor. I'm gonna be here another 30 minutes or so, and then I'm out. There you go, right there. You want to defend your West African fucking Canaanites and shit? You can do it. You mean it's racist to bring out the fact that Negros brought smallpox to America? It's racist to bring out the facts that Negros helped the white man enslave people? It's racist to say that Negros, like white men and Sephardics, raped and slaughtered our daughters and sisters and burned our brothers and sisters? Is that fucking racist? You know what's more racist? It's black people like you trying to claim that you guys are indigenous. That's more racist. There you go right there, man. You got all day. Defend your shit. Defend your cause, bro. You see, this is what happens. See, we get people like you all the time, bro. You guys say shit, you make comments, but you just do not defend it. What do you mean? Which one? No, they did not. Which one? What? No, they did not. You mean Negroes didn't bring smallpox to America? Negroes didn't have slaves and shit like the white man? And you're defending them, which is even worse. Let me guess. You like sliding in them. Is that what it is? You like sliding in them, bro? You're not even black. Why are you defending them? Is your wife black? Is your kid black? Do you go to a church with a bunch of black folks that treat you well? Is that what it is? Wait, I don't understand people like you. Matter of fact, you're an embarrassment to our gente, bro. Because you're not even moreno and shit. And you're out here making fucking comments. Which is worse. Who is the real pendejo? Pendejo?
That's my understanding.
And they're after the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein ye dwelt, ye shall not do.
Absolute special access. Today, we get to enter the tomb of Maya. Stephen, please.
Well, this is a chapel or temple of Maya. Now, Maya was a title, not a name, of both men and women throughout dynastic times. This particular era is around the 18th dynasty, the time of the so-called King Horemheb. Now, the key thing here is 1997, Hakeem came to the United States, to California. He and my research partner, Bob Border, and I met him for a couple of weeks, and we discussed. One of the things he discussed on a return trip to Egypt in September of 1997 would be, he said, he would show us evidence of a Mayan temple in Egypt.
Mayan as in culture.
Exactly. And I said, this I never heard of. No, it's not in any text. No one has ever mentioned. Okay, we came here. This was arranged differently then. A lot of this is new construction. It was not this way in 1997. First of all, I looked on the wall.
Similar to the Exodus.
Do you see that is Maya? But it looks typically Commission. Right, and I'm looking around, typically commissioned, all the looks. So Hakim would use the expression, well, you know, Stephen, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He's living in Kemet, he's going to pass in Kemet, so he's portraying himself as a commissioned. So I said, well, Papa, this is great, but I can't go with this in front of an academic audience. They'll laugh me off the stage. There's nothing here to identify with the culture we're talking about. But then there was a keeper like this gentleman here, was here, didn't speak any English, saw that I was perplexed. He said, come here. This then was boarded up with just a wooden door, and there was latches there. He threw away the wooden slabs, opened the door, and he said, look up. And that is the key. Took a picture in 1997, sent it to Mayan daykeeper Hanbat's men. He said he recognizes this as the language of the Itza people, whereas Chichen Itza, he said, is an ancient language. But a lot of people are not sure about Hanbat's men. I'm Alejandro Sur Ojaj. He is the wisdom keeper, the head of the Quiche Maya of all of Guatemala. I showed him this picture, and his eyes went as big as saucers. And he said to me, that is the language of my ancestors. That is a calendar. That is telling the date of when Maya was here. And how we can't read it, he can't even still read it, but he knows that the circles and squares and different colors, arrangements, and the spokes in the wheel are indications of the date. So, this has never been discussed by any Egyptologist. They cannot put this in a Commission context. There is nothing, or maybe there is others that Yusuf has seen, but there's nothing like this in the rest of Egypt. So, Mayan elders recognize this as part of their culture. So now the key is, Maya, the word is a title. Men and women had the title. Very interesting, because we've talked about the difference between Egyptian Arabic and other Arabic. In Egypt, one of the key words for water is Maya. It is not pronounced the same way in any other Arabic country. If you went to Saudi Arabia, they would say Ma or Meh. Only in Egypt is it pronounced Maya. And it means water. So I asked Hakim, could the title Maya actually have meant he who came from across the water, or ones who came from across the water? He said yes. So here is what we call diffusionism archaeology, diffusionism anthropology, saying that there had to be cultural contact between these individuals thousands of miles across the sea. And this is the evidence that Hakim told us that there was a Mayan living in Egypt 3,300 years ago. Let somebody else define that for me and tell me that that is Commission or Egyptian or dynastic or anything else.
Remind you, family, Leviticus 18:1 says, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and say to them, I am the Lord your God. After the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein ye dwelt, ye shall not do.
Evidence of a Mayan temple in Egypt.
After the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein ye dwelt, ye shall not do. And by the way, and after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, ye shall not do, neither shall ye walk in their ordinance. This is Exodus out of Egypt, and saying, you're about to go in Canaan, don't go be a what? A fornicator. Just like Esau. Why did Esau marry as soon as he had a chance? Canaan. This is why I just want to re-emphasize, we cannot leave other people out. We cannot just focus on Edom or Amalek. We got to make sure that Psalms 83 is really fully aware. Like they're talking about you know, Mayas visiting Egypt. Okay, you guys know about this, right? Los voladores de Aztecas perform.
Dude, that is such an interesting concept that you picked that, because you know who also does that too, right?
Mm-hmm. Dakotas.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The Dakota. All right, so now that's us right there, right? This is an older picture of our people, as you can see. We're doing it. The natives of Dakota did it. So for all you guys that claim, we didn't migrate, we were just mushrooms and grew different from all human beings. Okay, well, then explain this to me. These pictures I'm gonna show you are from this book, Wanderings of a Pilgrim, in search of a picturesque during 4 and 20 years in the East with the revelation of life in Zenaya or some shit like that, right? Okay, so now you can read some things in that page, 27. And what it's basically explaining is this right here, that she walked into this, like, you know, gathering of people, and that she was amazed when she saw this shit right here. Well and behold, bro, what is this? Now, let me give you more detail. Then they give you more clarity. These people aren't Mexicans, bro, are they? But yet they're doing the same thing we've been doing. They're doing
I love how you chose that, bro. Beautiful.
We've been doing. doing the same thing we've been doing, right? So when they say Maya visited Egypt, yeah, there's a reason. And that's why I've proven on migration. A lot of people don't agree with that. That's fine with me. They don't, but yet they cannot really give us another understanding of it. They just give us theories and assumptions or the information that Esau gave us.
I'm saying? So this is why our people are taking L's. Stop saying the white man, that ain't no white man, that's an Edomite. So stop taking your people to the Edomite devil and then having them prey upon your children that are literally putting curses upon your child. Like, how can you trust the wicked if his what is this? If so does his iron rust, so does his wickedness. So how can you take your child over there? Like the Bible, sorry. The Bible, the pastor can't even tell you who you are as a 12 tribe of Israel.
No, the pastor can't even tell you who he is from the Bible.
Thank you.
Check it. I actually did a class on this topic. So the way that I identified Esau was not because BHI told me this is Esau. No. What I did is I went through their religion, who they worship. And I found out that they have a history called Valhalla.
Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla. And I'll see you in Valhalla.
Who they worship.
May the Valkyries welcome you and lead you through Odin's great battlefield. May they sing your name with love and fury, so that we might hear it rise from the depths of Valhalla. From the depths of Valhalla.
I found out that they have a history called Valhalla.
Odin's great battlefield.
Odin, rides to Valhalla. Now, Odin is Woden or Wutan, which is Gat or Gatur, which is then cause or chaos, which is the deity of the Edomites. And this is all a Germanic history from the Anglos and the Saxons. Now, Anglo-Saxon is not one nation. Anglos is one, Saxons the other. These are particularly the Edomites that I've identified. So I know, like, for example, the brother said Caucasians, but sometimes you got to really be more specific. The Anglo-Saxons are predominantly Edomites.
If everybody has a cell phone right now, use Chat GPT. You can find out if you type in Chat GPT and Google on Chat GPT, who are the tribes of Israel? It's going to break down 12 tribes. Boom. There you go. Now, while you're on Chat GPT, use that motherfucker and don't ask your goddamn pastor, because the pastor ain't going to tell you shit. But the Chat GPT will. Ask him. Ask ChatGPT, who are the non-tribes of Israel? And it's going to break down all the tribes. It's going to say Edomites. Who are the Edomites? Oh, well, shit, goddamn, they're the Caucasians. No wonder Romans 9:13 says, Esau have I hated, by Jacob have I loved. No shit. No wonder God doesn't love everybody, right? Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated, right? Then you're going to see Amalek, and you're going to see the other tribes that are not part of the 12 tribes. Once you can get an understanding of that, then you're going to realize how the rest of the Bible is going to go. And then the rest of the Bible, once you figure that out, then on step 2, when you start reading the Bible, you're going to realize that the Bible is only talking about the 12 tribes he's going to save. And he pulled them out and put them here, put them there, and make sure they didn't go through this and that. It's only the 12 tribes. And he says, oh, by the way, I got an inheritance for you because Esau sold his birthright. And since he sold his birthright, I gave it to Jacob. And that's why Esau is in the street pulling our people out right now and slaying them. Because which verse is it? Oh, shit. Check this out, guys. Genesis 27:41, bro.
Genesis chapter 27:41.
Yes, sir.
It says, and Esau hated Jacob because of the blessings wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, the days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother Jacob.
Thank you. Genesis 27:42.
And these words Esau, her older son, were told to Rebekah. And she sent and called Jacob her son, and said unto him, behold, thy brother Esau, that's touching thee, doeth comfort himself, purpose to kill thee.
Now, since we're there, since we're on that topic, right? Now, let's go over to Hebrews 12:16 KJV.
Hebrews 12:17.
No, 16 KJV.
Lest there be any fornicators or profane person as Esau, whom for one morsel of meat sold his birthright.
Thank you very much. He sold his birthright to the Mexican, aka Jacob, aka the Israelite. Okay, and he gave up his birthright. Esau, Edomite, whatever the fuck you want, the Caucasian man, the white man, whatever the fuck you want to call. Anyways, it says right here, Hebrews 12:16, that he's a fornicator and he's a profane person, and he, for one morsel of meat, he gave up his birthright. God damn it! And then me and my brother, we have these conversations all the time. We say to ourselves, during the last days, instead of Esau trying to figure out what can I do to be part of Revelation 21:12, how I can enter the kingdom, right? Where I can enter this kingdom, where I can get my promises, right? So I can enter, so I can cleave to the house of Jacob. No. He's turning his back on Jacob, bro. So that's why in Hebrews 12:17 KJV, this is what happens, because I feel like me and my conversation of just give Esau a second chance, maybe he'll come around the corner. No. He broke every treaty. He broke over 400 treaties with the fucking Native Americans. Right. He's breaking every fucking treaty around what we're looking at around the world as we speak right now. And then Hebrews 12:17 says what?
For ye know how that afterwards, when he would have inherited the blessings, he was rejected. For he found no place of repentance, so he sought it carefully with tears.
Thank you very much. So Esau is mad. He is fucking pissed. And who's there with Esau right now? It's Amalek. And they're snatching our people right off the streets right now because they gave up that fucking birthright, and he's fucking pissed.
And by the way, Jacob, don't forget about Canaan, bro. Remember that. Don't forget about Canaan.
Yeah, I'm going according to the scriptures, and whatever the scriptures came, whatever the time that came with the colonizers during that time. Hey, I'm sorry to say that, man. I mean, you better go ask God for forgiveness, bro, and for your position in Revelation 21:12 when it says there's 12 gates, and make sure your name's gonna be on the gate.
And I'm actually, matter of fact, I do have a book, and I cannot find it, man. I hope I can. And it talked about how in all of these wars prior to 1812, it was the indigenous people fighting against the Latinos of Mexico. Do you know what that means?
No.
Dark-skinned and light-skinned people that had Castellano heritage ruling over our gente. I believe that a lot of our warring was when we completely expelled all of them. That's why in Mexico, you don't really see as many other gente like in South America all the way down. Mexico is the only one that really kind of cleansed itself from that bullshit, bro. Because
you don't see the dark skin on the TV.
Exactly, brother. Now we tease dark skin because of movies. Now they want to, white gentrify everything. But I believe that Mexico understood who these people were. Because remember the book that I have that said that smallpox decimated our people, completely decimated our people. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but go ahead.
And the reason I bring this up is because we did everything to help these slaves. And this is what they do.
Well,
and then like the whole Buffalo Soldier.
Yeah.
All that BS.
I mean, if you're expecting sanity from people like this, bro, like don't expect it, dude. There's a word called confabulation. There, I'll show you guys. And
what I tell people, what does the word conquistador mean? It means to conquer. So if these people came to conquer, these people are not your friends. That's my understanding.
And they're never going to have any empathy for you, brother, for anybody, because look, confabulation is why we generate false memories. That's what confabulation means. Generating false memories, meaning you fill in the gaps with the stuff that you're trying to comprehend and can't seem to comprehend. So, you know, you read FBA and, oh, we were natives. Oh, what? They enslaved. Because our people don't want to work because we're fucking lazy, whatever, right? That's what they say. We're going to listen to some shit right now. And it's going to blow your mind. All right, here we go. Hold on, let me mute myself.
You work for Hamas?
I don't want my kids to play in the house of a secular guy.
This is Curious Joel. A village of 44,000 Hasidic Jews in upstate New York that primarily speak Yiddish have an average of 7 kids per family. How many kids?
This in New York.
How many kids?
This in New York and have an average of 7 kids. Okay?
Do most people have out here?
17, 18.
How do they afford 17, 18 kids? It's one of the poorest towns in America, with 40% living beneath the federal poverty line. Many men here are religiously studying the Torah full-time and heavily rely on public assistance and welfare in the form of Medicaid, housing vouchers, food stamps, and cash aid to support their giant families that God commanded them to have. And the village enforces strict gender roles, modest dress codes, and sends their okay for Jewish people to live together in a homogenous Jew-only community, but it's illegal when white people try to build their own. I pulled up to Curious Joel myself to see what's going on. Welcome to Curious Joel, a traditional community of modesty and values. In keeping with our traditions and religious customs, we kindly ask that you dress and behave in a modest way while visiting our community. This includes wearing long skirts or pants, covered necklines, sleeves past the elbow, use appropriate language, maintain gender separation in all public areas. Thank you for respecting our values. Let's pop in here and say shalom. Lots of people praying. Hi, shalom. Okay, so it says entrance for members only. Not sure what it takes to be a member. What does it take to be a member? Do I have to be Jewish to enter? Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure the schedule exactly, but 9 o'clock sharp, they're not at work. What is this? Okay, so I guess everyone's praying right now. So you gotta wonder what these people do for employment. You'll notice the Mexicans out here are doing the hard labor. And And the Jewish people, I'm not sure what they do. Maybe we can ask this guy. Excuse me, what do most people do for work out here? You don't know? All right, cold shoulder. Question for you, sir. How long do people pray per day? Okay, what do people do for work?
I'm not a news reporter.
Okay, what do you do for work? Okay, you don't want to talk? How many hours a day do they pray?
3 hours a day.
Do people have 9 to 5s?
Yes.
Like what industries are they involved in here?
Construction, all other type of industries.
And what do you do?
I'm a student and also I'm doing home care.
What are you studying?
I'm studying Torah.
Torah?
Yes.
How old are you?
Our holy Torah.
And who pays for education?
Hold on. Let me just say something. Family, I think when they mean by home care is that they take care of their mothers or dads who are older, 70, 80, and they need supposedly someone to watch over them. So then they apply for disability, and then disability determines how many hours they get. So then if they get, let's say, I don't know, 200 hours a month of watching over them because supposedly you need to shower them and feed them and all kinds of shit, they get paid for that. And I think that's what he means by home health care. Correct me if I'm wrong. All right, let's go.
I try to work on overtime.
Overtime?
Yes.
Where do you work overtime?
I work home care.
Home care?
Night, yes.
Is it like, do you have kids?
I have kids, yes.
How many kids?
3.
How do you afford to raise 3 kids while being a student?
Because I work very hard. I want to study the Torah. I'm very proud.
First of all, if you guys are listening to this fucking immigrant, illegal, by the way, he's got an accent. How come he's not getting pulled over by Border Patrol, bro? Can somebody answer me that question? Fucker's got an accent.
He's the original criminal illegal immigrant.
Thank you.
Does.
Let's continue.
His accent does not sound indigenous to the Americas.
No, it does not, bro.
Do you have documentation?
I do have my documentation.
Can you present it to me,
Why
please?
are you asking me for my paperwork?
Because of your accent.
You have an accent too.
Me if I'm from this country.
I can hear you don't have the same accent as me. That's why I'm
Oh,
asking.
so you going by accents now?
Listen to this. Listen to his accent, family. So based on this information, he should be getting deported, right? I mean, that's what they're like. That's what they're saying. Look at your accent. Show me your papers. I know this fucker ain't walking around with his papers. No, he's walking around with EBT.
The Torah, though.
God help me.
Does the American taxpayer help you too?
Also, yes.
Yep. How many people out here are on like welfare in the form of like housing assistance or Section 8 or EBT, SNAP, Medicare?
Yes.
And that allows you to study the Torah?
Yes.
And raise your kids?
Yes, thank you.
And how many kids do most people?
Yeah, you guys hear that? They're on Medicaid. They don't work. They don't do shit. They depend on the government to take care of them because they're studying Torah, the Bible.
People have out here?
17, 18.
How do they afford 17, 18 kids?
They are proud to do what the Torah says, that you need to be multiple and fruitful.
Wow. And do you think there's welfare abuse
Multiple and fruitful, but I'm an American.
in the community out here?
No.
No, because they actually have the kids?
Yes.
They have the kids. Do they get tax credits for the kids?
What they get, but they are all doing to keep our Torah, yes.
Keep the Torah.
So you see, fam, they don't work. They just study the Bible. That's their excuse.
Yes.
And what are your thoughts on people out there who can barely afford to have one kid?
If they want, they can have one. But if God's given them more, it's very proud.
Okay, shout out God.
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for work?
Nothing.
How do you make money?
My wife.
Your wife? What does she do for work?
What do you do for work? Nothing. Hey, you get taken care of by your wife, okay? Yeah. What does she do for work? Nothing.
Looks like all he does. It looks like he spends a lot of time curling his side of his hair with the curling iron.
It's called Medicaid, bro. Called Medicaid to the Kaiserites. This shit is sad, man. You know what's so sad about this whole situation? Honestly, man, is the fact that they made our people really believe that they're the ones on Medicaid and fucking necessity and all this shit.
What is this?
Interview. Good to meet you. For YouTube. So your wife works and do you study the Torah?
Have a good day.
How many kids do you have?
Have a good day.
How many children do you have? Okay, thank you. Well, that was fascinating. Excuse me, do you study Torah?
Study that?
Torah?
No.
What do you do for work? Do you have a job? Does your wife work? Are you a student of the Torah?
Yes.
Do you work a job for money?
I?
Yeah.
No.
Does your wife?
I'll say this right now, bro. You know, there was such a big fight when this fucking election happened, man. Black people were like dissing our gente. Like, oh, you fucking Mexicans. All this shit, right? Making all kinds of videos. But nobody ever said nothing about these motherfuckers right here. None of them. Yet they didn't realize that Trump was funded by them. Trump was supported by them. His daughter married one of them. Do you get what I'm saying?
You don't see the frozen people over there knocking on their doors.
Thank you. Hear that? You hear that, Cracker Barrels? A lot of people are on welfare in that little town that you fund, that you don't talk about, that you don't hate, that you don't have border patrol asking people, hey, what's up with your accent? No, you choose to attack Raza, who actually works, who does the fucking struggle. Who is the real Hebrew? It's like the brother said, bro. This is Exodus time, baby. For so long, they told our gente we ain't shit. For so long, they said You guys are stupid, dumb, you're not smart, you guys are savages, you shit on yourselves, whatever, you're rapists, murderers, and all that shit. And guess what? Eventually, after time, we started figuring out that, nah, that's not true. No, as a matter of fact, you're projecting. As a matter of fact, everything that you said about me is exactly what you're doing. For you guys that may not know the Bible, look at the hypocrisy, family. Because they keep saying that Mexicans are what? They come here and have babies. They don't work. They take advantage of the benefits. They live off Medicaid, right? The men don't work, shit like that, right? Okay.
Literally the same shit that they're talking about us, they're really describing themselves.
Exactly. They always made us feel insecure by the mind. And that mind, if they control it, it like really tames your spirit. But when you realize that, fuck no, fuck that shit. That mind is programmed, and I broke through it. And your spirit grows, bro. Who you are is very valuable to people. That's why they want to minimize you. They want to make you like you're nothing. You're just an illegal immigrant. That means nothing. They civilize you. They want to keep you in that spirit. They want to keep you in that mindset. And you got to rip that spirit away from you. You are more than what you've been told, fam. You are more valuable than what you've been told. So I asked my native brothers here, why does this continue to happen to us here in our continent? Okay, so my question to y'all, what is the answer for this? This continues to happen to us. Now, is your solution government? Which one? The one that's in control? That one? The one that they brought? What is the solution? First of all, why did it happen, and what is the solution? That is my question to you natives that don't believe you're part of this actually history.
Gone viral, and I want to get your reaction to it, of landscapers who were being addressed by this individual that you see in the video. What do you say to people when they look at that and say that falls outside of this purview of getting criminals out? What do you say to them?
Martha, do we know the criminal records of those so-called landscapers? Do we know the criminal records of any illegal alien walking the streets here in Chicago or anywhere else? What we're finding is child rapists in big box stores looking to go into people's homes or hang those Christmas lights like we see in this video here. How do you know who these people are?
Did you hear this fucking stupid shit? So he's saying that landscapers are pedophiles, and they're the ones trying to hang the lights in there to peek into the fucking windows and look at kids. Speaking of pedophile, literally, bro. The nerve of these people to claim that gente is out there cutting grass so they can, commit a pedophiliac crime. If that's the proper way to say it, really. You're really gonna go there? Pinche linguini? Really, bro? But again, my question to y'all is, did this happen? And what is the solution? And why is it only happening to our people? And this is not like me pointing a finger. I'm being sincere. Because if you look at this book, it actually said, as part of the curses for not following God, right? It also said this, watch this. Verse 20 says, if you do evil and reject the Lord, he will bring on you disaster, confusion, and trouble in everything you do. Do you not see what's going on right now out there in the streets? These gentlemen my brethren are working. They're working. They're cutting the fucking trees, bro. They're trimming the gosh darn trees, bro. The bushes that your people don't want to fucking do. Really? These are your criminals? And on And on top of the question, why is this happening to us? Native brothers that don't believe you're part of this book? Why is this happening to us since 1492? And what's the solution since 1492?
Do they have a criminal record, maybe in their home country? Who are these people? Too many times we're finding that some very, very disreputable individuals are seeking work in people's homes, in their gardens, and otherwise. We don't want those people in society, and that's what we're after. And, I think we've done a really good job here in Chicago and other places to remove these types of individuals.
Basically, he's saying that they're going after perverted landscapers because, I guess they must have a pajarito, a little birdie told them, hey, you got to go after pervert landscapers. So again, to my brethren that don't believe that you are part of this history, then why the fuck is this happening only to our people in our continent? Explain that shit to me and the brethren and the sisters that are following as well. It's funny, man. It's a lot of chatter and talking as we're going through these classes. Like this guy right here. Why Trump? Guko Mui. Never seen you before. Never seen you post. Says, I'm Japanese. I never part history. So then, one thing about Japanese people, from what I understand, is you guys don't go around opening your mouths until you understand the concept. So I'm a little confused about that. Because you're not actually representing your culture, your gente. But you know what? You triggered me to show you something. And I think it's time because, I want people to remember that in this channel, we dissect everything. And I'm going to say this to y'all right now. If you really believe that Jesus died for your sins, and like you believe like everything the New Testament says, I have a rude awakening for you. Okay? And we dissect the Bible deeply here. There's no, narrative or biasness. Now we tackle everything. Is it true? Is it real? And then if so, what does it mean? You get what I'm saying? All right, so I'm going to show you guys some little detailed stuff for Gukumoko, whatever your name, Gukumoko. I'm going to call you that. And maybe you can determine if I'm right or wrong, okay? Because I've read the Bible and specifically the New Testament. I read the New Testament more than the Old Testament. I read the New Testament more than the Apocrypha. So I can say that I know that New Testament very well. And when you go through everything and compare it to history, there's a lot of questions. And you dumbasses believe it. And you want to know why you believe it? Because you believe stuff like this. So now let's begin. We're going to cover some of this stuff real quick. And we're going to jump into that real quick. And hey, by the way, you guys are more than welcome to come. I'd like to hear your opinion on some of these topics here. Because I think it's only fair. You know what I'm saying? I think it's only fair. We're going to go here real quick, and then we'll jump here. I feel like kind of going here, maybe going back. Hold on a second. Let me see. Yeah, let's do it here. Because I think we did that last class. Okay? Let's see what we got going on here. Because again, the main topic, I just wanted to cover that. The main topic is this, man. Black truth uncovered, meaning dark truth uncovered. Again, I said it, man. There's no major religions or powerful people that are fighting for the Old Testament belief. But you got powerful people fighting for the New Testament belief and ignoring the Old Testament. Matter of fact, they're like saying, yeah, you can have the Old Testament. Now, it ain't Judaism either because they do Talmudic shit. So that doesn't count. Let's go.
The birth of the child in the gloomy cavern is also depicted in both Mithraic temples and Sabasian art. Here, on the right hand of Sabasius, we see the mother giving birth to the child in the cave. And again, in the Mithraeum in Ostia, an identical image of the child and the mother is present. The god Ion is in many ways a syncretic god of Mithras and Dionysus, which I will show shortly. And keep in mind, the rise of the Ion cult is running parallel to the Jesus movement at the end of the 1st century through the 5th century. Ion, as we see in this artwork, dug from Antioch, Syria, dated to the 2nd century, showing Ion at a supper with 3 of his disciples called chronoi, although it turned out that these chronoi are 3 avatars of Ion himself, representing the 3 cycles of time, past, present, and future, and an almost trinity aspect of the god Ion, if you will. Similar images of Jesus can be found during contemporary times. Jesus, young, not bearded, often looking like a magician, sitting at a supper with his disciples. This is also common among Dionysian paintings as well as Mithraic. We can easily determine the influences of the Dionysian on the Ion culture, and I think this is just the same influencing of the Dionysian on Christianity. This was the cultural milieu in which Christianity grew up in and competed with. Here at the Museum of Chicago is an early Jesus sculpture. It appears very feminine and was thought to be a goddess or a woman when first discovered. Only later did they realize that this was an early statue of Jesus, but also based on an earlier model used for both Apollo and Dionysus. Putting them side by side, you almost can't even tell that they are separate deities. Similar statues are used for Adonis, Mithras, Attis, and Ion. These savior gods are competing, but in the pagan world, they are synchronized.
There's always like a serpent wrapped around them, a serpent.
Crobius in his Saturnalia argues that Apollo and Dionysus are the same god, born at the winter solstice, and he says they are both called Yao. Apollo is the same as Sol. These things, which we have said of Apollo, may also be thought to have been said of Dionysus. For Aristotle, who wrote the Theologomena, called Apollo, Sol, and Liber Pater Dionysus are one and the same god. He goes on to say, for in the sacred arcane religion...
Let me show you something real quick. This is a picture of Sol Invictus, okay? I didn't make this up. You can actually find it. This is a picture of Sol Invictus. What does that remind you of? It's like Jesus. You know? Look at what he's standing on. How is that any different? Like a dove concept. And that thing has like, what the hell is that? I don't even know what that is in a forehead. Oh, and by the way, look what it's on. A checkerboard. Really? Really?
Religious observances held, so that when the sun is in the upper, that is, in the daytime hemisphere, Apollo is invoked, when in the underworld, that is, at night, Dionysus. Now these differences of ages are related to the sun, so that at the winter solstice, December 25th, this god is a newborn child, Macrobius. In the next passage, Macrobius calls this syncretic deity Yao, which is the same name of the god Yahweh in the oldest fragments of the Greek Septuagint found in Qumran. Citing Orpheus as his source, he says, Zeus, Helios, Apollo, and Dionysus are all one god called Yao, the supreme deity, the mystery.
All trying to be a supreme god. The supreme entity of the world. Right? The funny thing is that in their pantheon, Roman pantheon, they have a supreme god and then they have sub-gods. And they don't believe that you can like worship the supreme god. They believe that you have to worship the sub-gods to get to the supreme god. So like the sub-gods are like here to communicate. They're like your mediator, your in between. You know, like familiar spirits type of concept. Because like anybody that says that's different, no, it is. If you want to communicate with the other world, You need a familiar spirit. That's crazy, bro. Like, you guys aren't even seeing that in Christianity, and that's what Christianity is telling you to do.
Mysteries must be kept hidden and far from the uninitiated. But if you possess little wisdom in our restless mind, understand that the highest God is Yahweh, who is Hades in winter, Zeus at the start of the spring, Apollo, Helios in summer, and gentle Bacchus, Yahweh, in the autumn, Orpheus. The chant Yahweh was a common Bacchic chant that was shouted during Dionysian revelry and festivals, being the precursor to the Roman Yo. Interestingly, this.
So here's where I'll pause for a moment, and I'm gonna disagree with him, because like that's no, dude. You see, like you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that either. You know. Hold on. What the fuck? Come that way. Hello, dude. Come on, brother. Come on. Okay, here it goes. Come on, bro. What the fuck, dude? What's going on with this? Okay, all right. Watch this real quick. So, it's not true. Okay. The only time you see that name Yao is not mentioned by anybody else. All right. Now, they do say something to the similarity to it, but let's read it. Thus is recorded that among the Aryan. No, oh, by the way, this is Diodorus Siculus. If anybody wants to ever, get the sources of Diodorus Siculus, like you go to the source first, and then you reference what you're reading, because you cannot show stuff, and then all of a sudden when you go to the source, it doesn't say any of that shit. So you got to go to the source. Here we see in 1.94.1, it mentions. Thus, it is recorded that among the Aryan Zarathustres, or Zoroastrians, claim that the God Spirit gave him his laws. Among the people known as Gatea, who represent themselves to be immortals, Zalmoshis, asserted the same of their common goddess Histea. Watch. And among the Jews, Moses referred his laws to the God who is invoked as Yao. They all did this either because they believed that believed that a conception which would help humanity was marvelous, all divine, or because they held the common crowd would be more likely to obey the laws of their gaze, were directed towards the majesty and power of those to whom their laws were ascribed. But all right, so let me show you this real quick so you can see something important. This is from a book called The Great Migration. Okay, and in The Great Migration, on page 229, it actually says this. All right, the sacred name. Among the Hebrews, the word had always been the most sacred and mysterious of names. With reference to this sacred word, the American biblical scholar Mitchell says, the pronunciation of that name, because I don't like it and it's wicked, unknown in Europe until the year AD 1520, meaning after they came here in these lands, they found out how to pronounce that four-letter word. You see what I'm saying? This is why when it comes to actual information, you guys got to be thorough and understand why they're saying these things. So the Jews of those times, not, Greeks or other pantheons, were ever mentioning this name. So I don't know where he's getting that from, because this is historical. Like, I've never really found much that could tell you that this is true. But hey, you know what? Again, you gotta look at what you're looking at. You gotta read what you're reading, and you gotta also use the reference, or you find a reference of what they're actually saying. And if it ain't true, then hey, maybe they're stretching the truth, or maybe they're stretching the line.
This title for Yahweh, for Dionysus, shows up again in the Chaldean oracles in relation to the Semitic Phoenician language. Dionysus, or Bacchus, was called by the Chaldeans Yahweh, in the light of the world in the Phoenician tongue, and he is frequently called Sabaoth, such as he who is above the seven poles.
We know that Abraham came out of the Ur of the Chaldees. But in case you guys don't know that, here I'll remind you, because even Joshua himself said it. Joshua 24:1 says, and Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem, And gather all the tribes of Israel. And Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel together at Shechem. He called the elders, the leaders, the judges, and the officers of Israel. And they came into the presence of God. Joshua said to all the people, "This is what the Lord God of Israel has said. Long ago, your ancestors lived on the other side of the Euphrates River and worshipped other gods. One of those ancestors was Terah, the father of Abraham, and Noah." Now, where exactly is this place? The other side, by the way. Here, hold on. Let's do a classic. Historical, hold on. Landmark, maybe. Hold on. Let me see if I got a better map. Scripture one. Timeline. Hey, while I'm looking for that, I want to show this to you, okay? So the person that's here, what's his name? Guko, you asked about the name Yahweh, okay? And I told you that, you know, there is such a thing as that matters in the pronunciation. And it has to do with one of the laws of the Ten Commandments. Do not take the Lord's name in vain, meaning like do not take it like it doesn't matter. They always mistranslated that shit to us. You know what I'm saying? They made us believe, even though all of us are so proud to be sons of our fathers. You get what I'm saying? And we want to carry our father's name. So then why the fudge would you not want to fucking carry about his name? So that's why he says, "Thou shalt not take my name in vain." It's not about like saying don't swear, none of that shit. No, like don't forget the name of your creator. So this Yahweh and the gods and goddesses of Canaan, that's exactly why I do not agree with that shit. Fuck no, bro. Don't ever call the creator that name. Nah, we'll just go to this right here. Okay, so we see here, the other side of Euphrates is over here. So the descendants of Abraham, okay, came out of the Ur of the Chaldees, out of the lineage of Shem, from people of this region. Not people over here, not in West Africa, not in North Africa, not in East Africa, not in South Africa, not in Europe, not nowhere near China or Russia or Poland or Lithuania and Germany. No, right there. Okay? And come on, man. So when you read and understand history, things won't be that confusing anymore. Then I took Abraham, verse 3, your ancestor, from the land across the Euphrates and led him in through the whole land of Canaan. And I gave him many descendants. I gave him Isaac. You see? Now, once again, Chaldeans, Abraham understood the name of Yah or Yahoo. But let's continue.
Called demiurge, Chaldean oracles. This syncretic Dionysian god was so widespread during the first 3 centuries of the Common Era that his presence was felt in every corner and beyond the Roman Empire.
So this particular religion, but it's not far-fetched from other ones. This is what they all kind of assumed and believed in. You think that these people, Lithuania, Lusitania, believed in the same thing Noricum believed in? No, hell no. They don't even agree on their own religions. It's Christians, man. You got, Christians, you got Catholics, you got Apostolics, you got Seventh-day Adventists, you got Protestants, you got the Puritans, you got Evangelicals. You know what I'm saying?
In Corinth and in Athens, the Dionysian religion of Codus was called Bapti or Baptist in English and practiced water immersion rites and Eucharist involving kykeon made from beer and wine, grain and vine. The character of Jesus Christ in the Gospels, though based on a historical person, is still in direct competition with the syncretic religions of the Roman imperial cult, Mithra Sol Invictus, and Greco-Syrian deities like Ion, Adonis, or Egyptian Seraph.
See, that's what I'm saying. So you have the baptism of water, which is only in the New Testament. Okay? Look. Baptism. And again, you guys are welcome to jump on, man. I'm here to have a discussion with people about what I'm finding and like what you believe in. But hey, this brother said, what is it? Which one is it? No, this one. If Jesus is coming back, what we should do? Repent, repeat, and do it again. Like there's nothing about the scriptures that say you're. And matter of fact, even in the New Testament, it even says it itself. It says, "Hey, listen, bro, don't sin again." I mean, they're literally telling you. Here are the facts. Baptism is only in the New Testament. That's it. Matthew 20:23, and he said unto them, ye shall drink indeed of my cup and be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with. But I sit on the right hand and on the left. It is not mine to give, but it shall be given to them for whom it is prepared of my Father for baptism. How come there's no like reference in the Old Testament regarding these verses? And that's what struck me the most, fam. Like usually you go to a verse and there's a reference about that verse regarding whatever the topic may be. Now here it says, hold on, let me move it over here this way. Though every living creature trembled and the earth be shaken, I will keep his foundations firm. Psalm 75:3. See, it has nothing to do with that, right? Like if you look, I'm here clicking on the verse, any reference of Old Testament? Nope. Matthew 21:25. Nope. Mark 1:4. Nope. Mark 10:38. Nope. Really? First Kings. John did baptize the wilderness and preached the baptism of repentance for the remissions of sin. So if there was a baptism of repentance, right? Let me see. Hold on. Let's see if the referencing makes sense. Mark 1:4. No, hold on. Mark 1:4. Mark 10. Okay, so Mark 10:38 says, but Jesus said unto them, ye know not what ye ask. Can you drink of the cup that I drink of and be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with? So they are referencing 1 Kings 2:22. Let me see what it says. Why do you ask me to give Abishag to him, to the king? You might as well ask me to give him to the throne. What does that have to do with it? Are you looking for special treatment for yourself? Don't do it. I am bringing disaster on all people. Like, is it really? Like, specifically? No. Far-fetched, by the way. Now here it says, Jeremiah 25:15, the Lord, the God of Israel said to me, here is a wine cup filled with mine anger. Take it to all the nations to whom I send you and make them drink from it. It's not saying the same thing here. Ye not know what ye ask. Well, I'm sorry. Mark 10:38. Jesus said to them, you don't know what you are asking for. Can you drink the cup of suffering that I must drink? But here it says that what is just supposed to be doing in the first place.
Who are you?
First you say, can you drink the cup? You understand? Can you be baptized in the way that I'm going to be baptized? But Jeremiah 25:15, which is referencing it, says, here is the wine cup filled with my anger. Take it to all the nations to whom I send you and make them drink from it. Now, he doesn't go say, break bread and drink wine. He didn't say that. Now, Isaiah 51:22 says, and the Lord your God defended you and says, I will take away the cup that I give you in my anger, and you will no longer have to drink the wine that makes you stagger. So in Isaiah 51:22 says, you're not going to drink the wine that makes you stagger. But in the New Testament, which does not reflect the Old Testament, says to eat bread, drink wine. Thought we weren't supposed to do that to make you stagger again.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
What up, family? What up? How you doing, brother? Let's I think we're almost covering this part, and that's it. Let's go.
Purpose. In a similar way, the legends of Augustus and Caesar, although based on real people, are also modeled off different mythologies like Romulus or Apollo. At this time, when Christianity was on the rise in the Roman Empire as the main competition of the Greek mystery religions and the Roman imperial cult, there was another reoccurring holy symbol of iconography, like the symbol of Christ on the cross. This symbol was central to the cult of Mithras Sol Invictus, the image of Mithras slaying the bull. Mithras, who is also equated with Apollo by both Persians and Greeks, as shown here in the inscription that shows Mithras Helios Apollo.
I'm glad that he showed that picture. Matter of fact, I'm glad he showed that picture, man. Shit, I was just looking for it. Where are you? Oh, that's right, that's right. Hold on. This right here. So we have, I can always go back to that. Let me look for this right here. Mithras, right? Check this out. Oh man, I hope I don't take forever to find it. I had the picture earlier too. What a pendejo. It's gonna take a while, especially how it's acting all up like this. I need a better computer at this moment now, family. I need to invest in a better computer now. There is a picture where you have Mithra and that other character, right? So these two characters, okay. Hold on, let me see, maybe let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Would that good? Would that work? Taya, cause just can you spell it like that? No. Okay, you can. Well, maybe not. Hold on, let's see. Maybe the anti will help. Let me find it, dude. Okay, here it goes, back here. Antiochus 13, 14, 26, 27, 25. Yeah, I think it was page 14. Watch this real quick. So this is what he's talking about, but backwards. Or no, almost in a sense, right? But now check this out. And King Antiochus and Mithra. Now, this should blow your mind, because when you read the Bible, you don't realize like what the fuck they're, excuse me. You don't, well, I'm not even cussing in front of it. Anyway, you don't realize like what exactly they're saying when we're talking about like, okay, so what are you saying this? Are you saying that? So what do you mean by when you say this particular thing right here? Right? So like, I think this is the verse that I'm looking for. Yeah, this is it right here. So if we look into verse 2 Maccabees 4:12 says, "For he built gladly a place of exercise under the towers itself, and brought the chief young men under his subjection, and made them wear a hat." Who is that? Who are we talking about? We're talking about people that were under submission. They were under the submission of who? Verse 7. But after the death of Seleucus, when Antiochus, called Epiphanius, took the kingdom, Jason, the brother of Onias, labored underhand to be the high priest. Verse 12. For he built gladly a place of exercise under the tower itself, and brought the chief young men under his subjection, and made them wear a hat. Now, why did I have to read that? Because you can see this hat that he's talking about, right? Now, nowadays, people wear a hat as initiation, you know, like to college and shit, and you graduate, whatever, like that's another form. And now such was the height of the Greek fashions, and increased the heathenish manners through the exceeding profaneness of Jason, that ungodly, wretched, and no high priest. At this time, this was Mithra worshiping. Yeah, jump on, bro. Go ahead, jump on. So basically, you know, if you have the Mithra religion with its, you know, breaking bread, drinking wine, resurrection, you know, savior concept, dove descending through baptism of water, that is all Mithraic Krishna religion. Matter of fact, where you get the name Jesucristo is where you see Jesus from the Druids and Krishna from the Hindus. So this is why it's important to pay close attention to the things that people are saying. Let's see if he goes any further on this. I just want to show a little bit more, and then we're going to move on to the kind of in the same subject, but another page.
Next to King Antiochus, but there is also a Dionysian layer that is even more interesting, and I think it shows close proximity to Christ as a sin offering. An inscription reads, Christos Pater kai Garos Epoisan, consecrated by Father Christos and Garos. We see Mithra slaying a bull, with a snake and a dog feasting on its blood. In the corners we see Sol and Luna, who are also equated with the twins Apollo and Diana Lucifera. Identical images like this are found all throughout the Roman Empire. Thousands.
So here, when you kind of see like what it means, when he's killing the bull, he's killing darkness, and he's the angel of light, the messenger, right? The morning star. Like, this is all relative to what they're saying in the New Testament. That's why in the New Testament, they're not even considering God anymore. Not at all. It's about Jesus and Satan.
Even. Sol and Luna are also flanked by Lucifer and Vesper, like angels bringing light. Crobius tells us that Janus, the two-headed god of time, is the Latin version of Ion, but he also says that Janus is linked to Saturn or Chronos, time, just as Ion is a time god. More on this later. Etched on the bull is the name of Dio Sol Invictus Mithrae, God Sol Invictus Mithrae.
God, Sol, Invictus, Mithrae. Like, we're not making this shit up, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, yo. For real, yo. It's like, do we have to lie? Let's be honest, family. Like, this has been in our face all this time. All these like all of these mystics speaking of your faith, and you're kind of like, no, I don't know. Are they correct? Bro, it's like literally right in your face. Again, let me tell you, brothers and sisters, you know what I'm saying? You that are married, you married your wife. You made her because you love her and because she's unique. You'll never find another, you feel like, she's the one. She's like the only one. Right? So she's unique. That's why you love her and you give her everything because she's unique. She's your woman. Right? Then your faith should be no different. It should be unique like nothing else. However, when you look at the Christian thought process, you're like, whoa, wait, hold on a second, man. I'm in love with a hoe. Bitch, you've been around. Like your story's like your story's like in this religion and that religion and this religion and that religion and that religion and this religion. How can I really sincerely consider you as someone sincere? You're not unique. What up, brother? What up? Hold on, let me go. You're not unique in the sense of like, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, what's up, bro? Good to have you here.
¿Qué pasó, señor?
What up? Hold on a second, man. Hold on. Let me give you
¡Viva México, cabrones!
That's right.
Yeah, anyways, what you guys to say, bro? Go ahead, man. Jump in. I'm talking too much.
Oh, just chiming in, man. You know, it's something that we all need to question. What is the New Testament and how does it apply to us? Has it been tainted? And if so, what verses were tainted and what was their purpose of tainting it? Is there original script that goes back to before it was ever altered? There's a lot of questions that we need to know, you know, and
right.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead. Keep going. Go on.
You know, and then what you've been bringing up, you know, we've touched on this many times, you know, we've understood that the Israelites were going through certain curses, and everybody, they say they're throwing themselves into the slavery pool. You know, I was a slave. These people were slaves, and all this other stuff. But
no. Hold on. They weren't slaves. They say we was kings. We was kings.
Right. But when you read the fine print and you start looking into the details, like the customs, and then our eating habits and stuff like that, it starts to fine tooth who we really are. So, that being said, we don't really need to prove who we are at all. We already know who we are. We are, the Most High apple of his eye. And stepping forward from here, our job is to create a kingdom for our children. And we are the you know we're the grunt force that is taking the shots. We are the grunt force that is setting the stage for our children to take over this kingdom, but it all starts at home. So
Right,
you're
right.
doing an
Like
awesome job,
a
brother.
lot of us, a lot of us can be saying like a lot of crazy shit, and your house is all dysfunctional. Like,
Yes, sir.
you can't be doing that. That means that you're teaching people bullshit because I really don't even know how to explain it. I think I understand where you're coming from because it takes it's an everlasting kind of knowledge, like consistent growth, right?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, it's like we don't even have to go to the curses or anything, bro. Like at this point, we're beyond who are those people in that book. We can prove it with our eyes closed.
Right.
Now we want to go deeper because while these other
Yes.
people are stuck in like, oh Jesus, whether he's white or black, bro, was he even in there in the first place? The way that they told you,
Or God had an afro.
right? So
You know what I mean?
because remember, keep in mind, man. Even here, I'm gonna use it as an example. With regards to the belief, because some people may say, "Oh, so you don't believe in the Messiah." I'm not saying that. What I'm saying to you is what they gave you. It's not real.
Right. It's fed information.
It's fed information, and the Jesus that you're reading about is not the one that what's in there. And you want to know why I kind of feel strong about saying that too, is because then why is it that these Judaic people in their Talmud denigrate this man if he wasn't important?
Facts.
Right. So obviously there is something about this particular person because the story emerged from this particular person. I mean, like, you don't just like think about this shit out of thin air. You know what I mean? Something had to happen. Something had to trigger it, and then all of a sudden it manifested.
Right. He might have been the the LeBron James at that time. Everybody was talking about him. Everybody.
Hey, don't say that, bro. You get
Yeah.
That's funny.
Well, the Cesar Chavez. You know what I mean? Let's just say the Cesar Chavez.
I know what you mean. I'm messing around. But anyways, go ahead. Keep on. I mean to stop you.
Yeah, I mean, and what we're trying to do, guys, is build a consensus on our path because the Bible it's got too many holes in it, and I think it's time for us to fill in the gaps.
I think specifically the New Testament has a lot of holes in it.
Yes, sir.
I don't think the Old Testament. I think obviously discrepancies here and there based on what we read, but there's a lot of other books outside of the Old Testament that confirm the Old Testament. Like for example, Jubilees. Jubilees confirms the Old Testament in a lot of, not the whole Old Testament, but like a good portion of the Hebraic, experience and the division of nations and shit, and the whole marrying and
languages.
The lineage of Shem and the languages. And I think it's specifically really referencing the lineage of Shem. It's like identifying the lineage of Shem because it talks about, hey, look here's all the nations they separated, blah blah blah, and then here's Abraham, and it talks about Abraham, predominantly about Abraham.
Right. And it would be nice for those Old Testament brothers that can, that had, given you a hard time like a month and a half ago. It would have been nice for them to kind of shed some light on our discoveries. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, you're right there, man. Oh no, you're wrong there, sir. It's this. It would be nice to kind of.
I mean, but honestly, bro, like, well, I mean, I did invite him, but it's like I told you before, man. Nobody can convince you. You have to do your own soul searching and your own research. What I wanted was like an adult explanation, not a kid show. Not like give me a little bit here and it's like BHI concept, like Christianity concept. Like, no, bro, like I'm engraved in this understanding. Like I grew up with it. So tell me, what is it that you see that I'm not seeing? Okay, they didn't want to give me that information, so I took it upon myself. Like, what the hell, and I guess you could say I started praying more and more and more, and I'm like, yo, you know what? Where am I at now with you, Father? Like what? That's what I was saying. Like, where am I at with you? And then like something sparked. Something said, kind of like, stop ignoring the obvious. Like, okay.
Okay.
I'm like, all right. And then next, I start really, because I'm okay. I'll give you an example. and I share this with you, bro, because we talk now, man. And I told you, and I've shared it in the past too, not in detail, but when I was young, I used to do sculptures. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I used to go to the library over there in Oceanside and grab myself some books to do sculpting out of clay. And the only books that were available were Roman books, about Rome. So guess what? I'm very familiar. I like the history, and I have myself several books on Rome and Egypt, because I like that stuff, right? So it's like as I'm looking through these things, bro, I'm like, wait a minute, hold on a second. Is that like what the fuck? And then next, man, it started dawning on me. And again, maybe some people agree with this or not.
You were seeing some patterns.
Right. And you know what? The spirit beareth witness. Like it started to wake up, because I do believe in that. That my spirit it's not just like this. It's like not just one time.
Right. It almost feels like a dormant door, and you're opening it. It's very interesting.
Yeah. So let's see, do I even have it? Maybe I'll find it later. Anyways, let me play this real quick. If you want to pause, let me know when you want to pause. All right, just let me know. All right, let's go. Hold on. Hey guys, let me also family. If there's an echo, let us know real quick if there's an echo. Okay.
And at the head of the bowl is the words Nama Sabazio. In ancient Indo-European dialect, it states, "Give thanks to Sabazius." It turns out that this bowl represents Sabazius, who is Dionysus, who is the offering that brings salvation. In numerous texts, Dionysus or Sabazius,
who brings the offering, who brings salvation. I mean, it's and look, keep in mind, fam, that at this time there was a lot of religions. Okay, people weren't just like believing in like one religion. There was many religions, small, big, large. You know what I'm saying? Weird, whatever. I don't know if they're all wicked, like in the sense of like sacrificing and shit. But there was many religions, especially at this time, and even after. There is history. Matter of fact, I think he might have mentioned it in this video. I don't remember. I think it's time to move on from that. That he had talked about, different beliefs. Like people believe in Apollonius of Tyana. He was a Greek philosopher, religious leader from the town of Tyana, and he was a miracle worker. This is where it gets interesting, okay? All right, he's a central figure in Neo-Pythagoreanism and was one of the most famous miracle workers of his day, quote unquote. His exceptional personality, his mystical way of life, which was regarded as exemplary, impressed his contemporaries and had a lasting cultural influence. Numerous legends surrounding him and accounts of his life are contained in the extensive life of Apollonius. Many of the ancient legends of Apollonius consist of numerous reports about miracles that he was said to have performed as a wandering sage with his lifelong companion, Damis. To make it worse. You guys don't surprise me at all, ever. So then it said he was tried for allegedly having used magic as a means of conspiring against the emperor. After his conviction and subsequent death penalty, his followers believed he underwent heavenly ascension. Most modern scholars of antiquity agree that Apollonius existed historically. You see what I'm saying? What you got to say, Job? Yo, got anything else to add? All right, I guess he's not here. So when you consider all of these things, it's like, okay, what we got going on here? Hold on, let me see. I'll show you this real quick. This one, actually, I just moved that for a second. Dionysus, born of a virgin on December 25th. Now, you can take people and say, that's Christian talk. Okay, sounds good. Killed and resurrected after 3 days. That's not the killed and resurrected after 3 days is not Christian talk, by the way. Give me a second. What happened, bro? I was gonna pull you in. I just needed some time. Go ahead and click back again. There you go. Hold on a second. Hold on, fam. We got a visitor. What up, man? How you doing, bro? What's your name? Where you from? Oh, you don't got your mic on. I don't know why that happens, man, honestly, with me. But Job is fine.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, but you got to unmute yourself, bro. That's why. Job, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, did you unmute yourself, or was that me?
No, you had me on mute when you were asking me what you think. I was
Oh
trying to
shit,
communicate, and
my bad. I didn't even know that was. I didn't know I did that on purpose.
It's all good.
Shit, my bad, bro. My bad. Hey, somebody tried to jump on. What I was trying to tell him is like his mic is off. I don't know. Sometimes that happens with certain people. They try to come on and their mic is off and shit. Okay, so what do you got to say about this? Well, not what you got to say. But what's your opinion on it? What do you think?
On this little piece that you just brought out.
Right, here, I'll read it again. Diagnosis, born of a virgin on December 25th. Now, I'm like, most people would say, well, that'll argue against Christians. Well, that's just Christian belief, right? Okay, sounds good. Killed and resurrected after 3 days. That's not Christian belief. That's in the New Testament. So,
right.
So,
Well, that sounds awfully Christian to me.
That sounds awfully Christian, and it's Dionysus. That's not Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. So do you want anything? Do you want to add anything else before I continue reading?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, there's this and there's other stories like the Enumerated List, and there's other stories that kind of say exactly the same thing that you were just talking about right now. So there's more than one that just say that, or actually more than two stories that say the exactly same thing.
Again, if you get married to your beautiful wife, right, you would assume that she's unique. No one like her. No one like her. No one talks like her. No one acts like her. No one makes you feel like, you know what I'm saying? That should be the same shit here. But it's like, hold on a second. I'm sorry to say it like this, but I think I married a hoe. You know what I mean? I think I married a hoe. Because the New Testament story is not unique. It's like everywhere. Check this. There are things that have been implemented by men to the book. I get it. But there's things in here that are like that you can read in it. Dionysus was born of a virgin on December 25th on the winter solstice. Now, exclude December 25th, and if you read just like the translation of current New Testament believers, you would assume that she's what? A virgin. See or no? Hello?
Virgin. Sorry.
Virgin, right. It's okay. Then it says, he is the son of the heavenly Father. What the fuck? Who's that sound like so far?
Sweet baby Jesus.
Jesus!
Sweet baby Jesus.
Baby Jesus. Oh, Lord. As the holy child, Bacchus was placed in a cradle, crib, manger among the beasts. Holy shit. Come on, bro.
Man, that's double dribble, bro.
Boom, boom, boom.
You can't be doing
double dribble.
That's double dribble, bro. that is too funny, bro. How the stories.
You've been cheating on. Bitch, hold up. Bitch, you been cheating on me? I mean, what do you want me to say, man? This is not good, bro. Like, I'm being funny now because I think I'm in a better state of mind regarding like what I'm reading, you know?
Facts. But remember how you were before? You kind of just grasping at straws. I told you, hang in there, brother. You got it under control, and look what you are now.
I'm not saying I was paranoid. I was just confused. Like, what the fuck?
I know, man, but you just need a little, a little bit of help. Just a little bit of, hang in there, my friend. And you're doing good, bro. You're doing solid.
Well, I mean, I think that's why I thought, and we talked about let's bring some people on board. And then, kind of like give us an idea of like what you think about this. Because, I think it's important, bro, that people know, like you're attacking their faith when you say, you're lying. That shit is a lie. Okay, sounds good. But why? Mm-hmm. Why is that a lie? Okay. Mm-hmm. So like, it's like, don't just say it's a lie. Tell me why it's a lie. Because like, I really want to know, you know what I'm saying? Hold on a second. Let me bring somebody else. What up, son? How you doing? What's your name? Where you from?
Hello.
We can hear you, bro.
Hey, it's me. No, I'll be real.
Hey, what up, son? How you doing,
as a son, as a son.
Hold on a second. Oh, I see. Hold on. Hold on. I got one more for you.
That's right.
Anyways, man.
Yeah, you had called me like a few weeks ago talking about this. When you were like, you're gonna talk about it, about the New Testament, the Son, and everything about that. What you're talking about right now.
Yeah, man.
And I brought up, I think we were talking about Ezekiel 28:13, I think it was, and I told you how the king of Tyre was a being who was in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah. That's called. He's anointed as well in that shit. He's a cherubim.
And no man can be live that long if he was in the Garden of Eden, supposedly.
Nah. Look, there is well, let me let you finish your point. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah, I know there's some people that disagree on that, but I just brought it up.
Well, no, there's some people that here. Let me go to it. There's some people, and I used to be one of them. I think I didn't really bring it up too much, but I did kind of sit on it for a bit. Like, okay, is it really saying that? So in Ezekiel 28, right, it's mentioning Tyre often, how they were kings of certain areas, and it almost seems like it is talking about some people. But then it gets into the verse 13 where maybe it's kind of changing the story, or it's actually explaining who was behind all this. You get what I'm saying? Because here we see Ezekiel 28:11. Moreover, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, take up a lamentation upon the king of Tyrus, and say unto him, Thus saith the Lord God, Thou sealest up the sum full of wisdom and perfectly in beauty. Thou hast been in the Eden, the garden of God, every precious stone. So that at that point, I'm like, okay, hold on. This is not no, person. This is a different entity. Right?
Yeah.
At this point. So that's why, when you see the prophecy against the prince of Tyre, so is the prince of Tyre being governed by a typical spirit that fell from the earth, fell from, Eden? You get what I mean? It's like, that's why it's you got to be very mindful of it, because I think here goes verse 14. Thou art the anointed cherub that covereth. That's not a human being, bro.
Who do you think that being is? That a cherub? Is it a?
It's a beaner. I don't know, dude. I don't know, dog. That's not
one of the highest angels.
Right.
It's one of the highest angels, the highest you can possibly get.
And he ain't on your side. Let's put it that way. That's what it seems like. This motherfucker's badass, basically, bro.
I know you were bringing up this Serapis Christos, in
right.
Manly P. Hall, in that book, The Secret Teachings of Ages.
Right. Yeah.
He was saying that some of the people in the mysteries, they believe that Serapis was androgynous too. That's why he wore the drape, his that clothing.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I have a couple pictures from I was just mentioning how I kind of accidentally grew up looking at these Roman books, because I used to mess around with clay, and then in the libraries they only had like Roman shit, right?
Yeah.
So here it says, this is from a book I have. It's called Roman Empire. No, hold on a second. The Illustrated Encyclopedia of the Roman Empire, chronicling the rise and fall of the most important and influential civilization the world has ever known. Okay, there, buddy. Sounds good. All right. So on page 427, it's basically Serapis. So as you can see, I spent some time with this book, right? I've had it for a long time, bro. Like, not recent. I've had it for years. And it says here about Serapis was a holy syncret deity invented under the Ptolemies, who inflated Osiris, Isis consort, with the sacred Apis bull. The resulting god, the Osor Apis or Serapis, then became identified with the dynasty and with Zeus or Jupiter. Worshipped in Alexandria as a bearded man, Serapis was seen by the Greeks as a healing god, similar to Asclepius, the Greek healing god who was introduced to Rome in 291 BC. Sick people went to his temple to be cured through divine dreams in a process called incubation. Now, I just want to pause for a second real quick before anybody says anything. I went through several pages, right? This is all about Roman gods, like gods of Rome. But it's all the same pantheon, right? Correct? Christianity is no different, brothers. All Christians are Christians, right? They're all the same pantheon. They all believe in different God concepts, but they're all the same pantheon. Anyways, let me continue.
Nice.
Then it says, meanwhile, and supposedly connected with this, but in reality perpetuating a far older cult, Egyptian priests continued to worship Apis in Memphis. Vespasian ruled AD 69 through 79 AD, titled himself the New Serapis when he launched his victorious bid for the imperial throne in Alexandria, 69 AD. Later, Caracalla, 211 AD through 17 AD, built an impressive Serapeum on the Quirinal Hill in Rome. So that's kind of the whole idea of Serapis here. But go ahead, bro. I just wanted to read that. Go ahead. You're good. You good, son?
Who is this, for the other gentleman or for me?
No, he was mentioning it. Hey,
Okay.
because you were mentioning. There you go. No, you were mentioning Serapis. I just wanted to read that. Go ahead.
No, some of the people in the mysteries that Manly Peace Hall said that they believed that he was androgynous. That's why he wore the that thing. And the thing is, he also had like feminine features of face. It's crazy how it's coming down to this. Everything's.
Yeah, did you know that the Roman gods had a Negro god too?
No.
Yeah, page 421. That's your Negro god right there. You cannot say you don't know these people anymore at all, ever again.
Oh, and I think I brought up the last time that the Pope kneels before the Black Madonna and the Black little big Jesus, whatever.
Right.
And we don't know who that is, but I keep thinking that might be Nimrod, at the tower.
Oh, it is. Look, listen, Nimrod, Lucifer, Jesus, it's all the same enlightenment, bro. Because remember, they're against the creator. They enlighten people. Like, look at me, I'm great, let's build this. Look at me, I'm Jesus, let's build this. Look at me, I'm all these other gods, let's build this. Like, if you just see the concept, once more, it just repeats itself over and over and over again. Now, you know what gets interesting too? The Old Testament doesn't necessarily talk about celibacy, does it?
No, sir.
Right. Do you know who talks about celibacy? They do. It's called the Vesta and the Vestal Virgins. So what these people are is basically nuns. But these nuns, Vesta was the goddess of the domestic hearth and sown field. She was linked with the Greek goddess Hestia, a notable chaste goddess. In Rome, she was served by 6 patrician girls who were chosen by lot at the age of 6. They were required to serve for 30 years from the age of 10 in special atrium Vestia, the house of the Vestal next to the circular temple of Vesta in the Forum Romanum. That's still happening today in the Vatican, in every church in Christianity. The Old Testament doesn't require that. The Torah, the Tanakh don't even talk about that. After that time, they were free to marry, though few did, as they were considered too old. The Vestal Virgins were, however, much respected. Their main duty was to keep the goddess sacred flame burning. And their chief restriction was their vows of chastity. Any Vestal Virgin who broke this vow faced whipping to death or buried alive. Apparently, only 20 Vestal broke their vows in over 1,000 years. Those are nuns. Those are nuns, bro. Anybody got something to say about that?
I mean, last time I told you that, all these Christian religions are just branches of Rome, which we all know already, basically. Doesn't matter if it's Protestantism or evangelicals or Jehovah's Witness.
This is the one that they were kind of what we're looking at regarding the Mithras, right? So the cult of the sun, and this is why Christianity was adamant about changing the seventh day rest to specifically one day that fell on Sunday, which they created. You know what I'm saying? You can see how there were many religions in these times. And by the way, the New Testament, right, the way you guys have it today, wasn't there at that time. Or was it, guys? Was it? I mean, at least I don't think so. So now check this out. This is from Iranian religions and beliefs, Mithraism, Mithras and Mithraism, okay? You can hear it from them themselves. It says that, Roman Mithras were perhaps the greatest rivals to early Christianity for many reasons, as well as being a popular pagan religion practiced by the Roman army. Mithraism had many similarities to Christianity. Look, this is, as you can see, bro, right? Who are these people? These are like, it's just like gente de allá, no? Like, right? Iranian people, right? Persian beliefs, all of these things. This is their history. It says here, Mithra was born of a virgin, remained celibate. His worship involving baptism, partaking of bread marked with the cross, and wine as sacrificial blood. You only find that in the New Testament. Held Sundays sacred, that's Christians. And Mithra was born on December 25th, that's Christian. Mithras calls themselves brothers and were led by a priest called Pater or Peter the father. A symbol of the father were a staff, a hook, sword, or a ring, or a hat, like that pagan stuff. These similar. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say the mitre hat, like the Pope.
Yeah, the mitra. They call it mitra or mitre. I don't know which one it is. Mitra, I think. It looks like the fish, the mouth of the fish. Right? So then now let's move on to this real quick. It says the shocking truth about Jesus, Horus, and Mithra. So let me start off by telling you a story first. I don't want to get into all of that, right? Because they already say that. There's one section here, like, watch this real quick. This is where it gets interesting, okay? It says Horus and Mithra. He was born of a virgin December 25th. He was the birth announced by a star in the east and was attended with 3 wise men. He was a child teacher by the temple and was baptized when he was 30. He had 12 disciples. He performed miracles. He walked on water, transfigured on the mount. He was crucified, buried, and tomb. And here's the thing. That's why I was saying to myself, like, we've heard this before, right? We've all heard this before, bro. But none of us really, at least me, I didn't take it upon myself to do the research. And then when I started doing the research and actually got real material from like real history books and shit, I'm like, holy shit, this is true. So what happened to my unique wife? Right? What happened to my unique wife? Wasn't born of a virgin. There was no East Star. There was no 12 disciples. Crucified, buried, tomb, and resurrected. That should be unique, and it's not. He was called the way, the truth, the light, the Messiah. God's anointed. From virgin birth to resurrection, the story of Jesus Christ is merely a retelling of the stories of God who predicted. Well, we know it's not just here, but it's several. I think he got it from this movie called Zeitgeist Addendum. Krishna. All same concept. All the same concept. Dionysus was the son of Jews and mortal woman. So basically he's saying Dionysus was a god, spiritual god, and the mom, like Jesus' mom was mortal. He came down and had sex with her. That's what the Christians want to tell you, that some spirit came down from the sky and, molested Mary. Here's another straight scary story, family. Okay? And I'm going to say this right now, bro. Counterfeit Israel, how Satanism is running rampant in the Holy Land. This is in July 11th, 2025. It said, in the Negev desert, beneath the black sky of Israel's southern frontier, there's a fire that should never have been rekindled. Thousands gathered under its light, painted, pierced, and possessed. They formed tribal circles around the massive effigies built for destruction. Idols shaped like serpents, beasts, distorted gods, or geometric thrones. Women writhed to the rhythms of drums, their naked bodies smeared with ash and symbolism. Men scream invocations with flames roar upwards, consuming temples erected for sole purpose of their own annihilation. This is not art. This is not cultural expression. This is not a secular celebration of creativity. This is Midburn Israel's official offshoot of Burning Man, that is literal resurrection of the fertility cult of Canaan. Woo! Revived not in secret, but with pride, ritual, and ceremony. Midborn takes place in the very wilderness where Yahweh once thundered his commandments from Sinai. It is hosted on the same soil where Israel once trembled in the presence of the divine fire. So you see what's going on here? In Israel, the occult is everywhere. But to think Midburn is the end of it would be misunderstand. It would be to misunderstand the scale. Midburn is not the exception. It is a public face of a deeper spiritual disease that has infected modern Israel, from its politics to its parks, from its synagogues to its schools. If the fire of Midburn are the new high places, they're merely the visible tip of the Asherith pole. Beneath the surface, and increasingly above it, Israel is being ritually rededicated, not to the God of Abraham. Well, I mean, you never were part of that, but to every deity which he once condemned by the name. The gods of the Amorites, the spirit of Babylon, the demons of the wilderness, they have returned. Wow. And the evidence is not spiritual. It's not spiritual metaphor. It is criminal and literal. In the 1990s, Israeli authorities uncovered a satanic cult operating in Rishon LeZion, one of the nation's most populous cities. It wasn't a fringe group of deranged teenagers in the makeup. It was an organized ritual ring. The police found evidence of animal sacrifice, ritual sex acts, acts, blood pacts, the invocation of dark spirits chanted in Hebrew, in Yiddish, fuck faces, and Latin. Teenagers were resurrected. Teenagers were recruited and branded. Cemeteries were desecrated. Local rabbis warned that Satanism was spreading, particularly among the among the youth. Why do I keep fucking making up words? But even as law enforcement tries to contain the headlines, the fire kept spreading. Now, I wonder why you would think that this would happen. Well, because obviously, you know what I'm saying? You're over there fucking practicing the Talmudic shit. Right? Oh, no. What up, Joe? No, man, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Yeah, go for it, bro. Go for it. I've been reading enough. What do you got to say?
Well, I was just I think what we should do is probably have more dialogue, man. I think what we're reading here is a little too coincidental when it comes to the Bible. It almost seems like we're reading another version of the Bible we never heard of. So I think maybe we need to start questioning everything now.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's all too scary, though.
Well, you know what? Matter of fact, I would say don't use that word, because remember, everybody feels that, right? The moment they run into it. No, it's not scary. It's not scary.
Oh yeah, we talked about that.
It's not scary. It's good. It's good. It's like everything in life, bro. If you're too comfortable, then that's probably a problem.
Right.
Self-examination does not require comfortability, bro. Self-examination requires the opposite of being comfortable.
Right. And that's what makes you a refined warrior. You know what I mean? You just got to be able to go through it, you know what I mean? And face whatever comes your way, because a lot of this truth is not going to be sitting well with you. And then when you dig in a little bit further, you're like, oh man, I misunderstood that. Right. And then you kind of fix yourself a little bit after you put yourself in that situation. Like, oh damn, man, okay. And then you read a little bit further. Oh, okay, cool, never mind. So it's one of those discoveries. I think this channel is very important, bro, because a lot of people they're not very savvy when it comes to the Bible.
No, they're not. Here, I'll give you one. I'll give you one word. They're not savvy. This is where a lot of our people, a lot of our gente, you like go to these camps or you run into these people claiming that they're Israelites. Okay, sounds good. Let's analyze 3 verses that reference specifically the verse that they always run to, right? So, when you dissect the Bible deeply, you go to Deuteronomy 28, especially with these fake ass people, right? They're like, oh no, man, look, we're the people, we're the people. And they go, Deuteronomy 28, 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again by ships or with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. And they go, see, that's us. Okay. Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
But then they go, Deuteronomy 28:60. Moreover, he will bring upon thee all the diseases of Egypt, which thou was afraid of, and they shall cleave unto thee. You see, we got diabetes, we got high blood pressure, you know what I'm saying? All that shit, right? Okay, because it says Egypt, correct?
Right.
Right. But then when you go here, verse 27, the Lord shall smite thee with the bunch of Egypt, with the emeralds, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof thou cannot be healed. So you ask him, when the fuck did you get smallpox here in the America? Then they say, oh, well, you know, all the curses didn't happen at the same time, Og.
Right. And what was I gonna say? Dang it, I forgot I was gonna say something.
But they're referencing Egypt.
My brother just texted me, threw my freaking chain of thought off. Damn it.
It's all good.
I'll remember.
So this is, but no, hold on. But it goes back to this. Like, this is the concept, like, or the understanding of what you're saying. Like, if you don't really read the Bible, these little things will get away from you. Just like, okay, so you embrace verse 60 because, you know, it says Egypt and you guys are sick. You embrace verse 68 because it says Egypt and it talks about ships, but you don't want to embrace in the same chapter, verse 27, because this is Egypt and smallpox, and you never went through that. On the contrary, Montfred, you brought that dirty shit here. You know what I'm saying? Tell me to tell you, bro. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yep. So, you know, that's one example. As we, I don't know if you want to add something to that. I kind of wanted to get back to this here real quick, just to show you guys.
Well, I'm gonna listen. I'll listen and I'll butt in if I hear anything.
Cool. So then it says here back in this report regarding the Satanism in Israel, right? It says, and the evidence is not spiritual metaphor. Hold on, we read that already. It says, throughout the 2000 and 2010, reports of occult vandalism and ritual activity increase. So we're seeing like a complete increase. Now, keep in mind, fam, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, bro, but I think this is the place where they have like the biggest fucking LGBTQ parade, right, Joe? Or no? I don't know. I think so.
Say that one more time.
The LGBTQ parade, the biggest is in Israel, no? Like 250,000 people and shit.
That's what they're saying now. That just recently came out as a statement, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, I think. Yeah. So that's interesting. It's really weird how they're just taking what's sacred and made it profane. You know.
Check this out. The eye is a center. So here they're selling some things. It says here, the symbols used, the symbols they use are not foreign imports. They are everywhere in Israeli culture, sold in the gift shops, painted on murals, worn on the necks of tourists who think they bought something biblical. Do you want to know one thing that I always allow in this channel? I always allow people to defend themselves. Always, all the time. I am not afraid to have people defend themselves, Mr. 8649. Because you keep mentioning stuff, bro. You're not making sense. So tell us something different that we don't already know. Because weren't you the one that was man? You've been here for a while there. Come on, let's continue. Amsa, for instance, appears nearly every Israeli home, often hung by the door as a supposed ward against the evil eye, right? For most Christians, it looks like an exotic Israeli hand, something ancient, perhaps blessed. In truth, it is an amulet of a goddess. Hold on a second. Hold that thought. Deuteronomy 18:10 talks about those specific things. Those specific things, my friend. There shall be, Deuteronomy 18:10, there shall not be found among you anyone that make his son or daughter pass through the fire, or that uses divinations, or an observer of time, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a counselor of familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. All of that involves this right here.
Facts.
Right?
Facts.
Then it says, the Hazma, for instance, appears in nearly every Israeli home, often hung by the door, supposed to ward against evil eyes. That means that's your, like your charmer, your charm. Like, hey, block these things from me. To most Christians, it looks like an exotic Israeli hand, something ancient, perhaps blessed truth. In truth, it is an amulet of the goddess. The Hamza originated from the Phoenician and Carthaginian religion, where it symbolized the hand of Tanit, a fertility deity associated with child sacrifice. The eye in the center is not God's protection. It is a symbol of magical surveillance of a cosmo rule by forces that must be appeased, not obeyed. Now, check this out. Oh, appeased, not obeyed, bro. Look at this shit right here. They think that's fucking sacred?
Yeah, I don't think so. It's more, it's just interesting.
Now, I saw this video, and I don't think I can remember trying to pull it up now, but there was this video talking about how they understand and know that the Kabbalah has this part of it where there's like 4 levels, right? Like you're safe in the first 3, but once you get into the 4th level, like you could literally fall into darkness. So how can something godly fucking say you're like, you mean the most powerful thing is evil? It's like those Marvel movies. Remember the Marvel? They use like evil to fight like that. But if you go too far with evil, then you're like that.
So what are you saying that
What?
It's very interesting what you're saying, what we're reading here. I mean, it almost seems that it's dipping into esoteric knowledge, but it's not really dipping into esoteric knowledge. And then I mean the hand and and with the eye in the middle, it's just, I don't know, bro. It almost gives you like the seraphim type feeling, you know what I mean?
Of course it is. It is a superstitious talisman, not a theological symbol. It is the hand of a witch, not the hand of Miriam. So like this is evil shit. This is where you do incantations, concepts of things. This is Phoenician, like crazy shit. Then there is a so-called Star of David, which adorns Israel's national flag, synagogues, IDF uniform, and even the national menorah. But what Christians call the Star of David is not Davidic at all. It has no presence in the biblical record, not in Kings, not in Chronicles, not in Psalms. It emerges later in Kabbalistic writings, the Islamic sorcery as a seal of Solomon, a hexagram used to command spirits, bind jinns, and perform magical operations. Why do you look? I'm gonna tell you this right now, bro. ISUPK is next. I'm telling you right now, bro. I'm already seeing it.
Yeah, my son gives me some insight on the Star of David. Say, Dad, that's not really an Israelite symbol, Dad. And I go, I understand that, son, but in order for us to identify who we are, a lot of times that symbol will gain some kind of curiosity. Hey, man, are you from Israel? No, bro, I'm not in Israel. I'm not from those people from Israel. I'm what you call an Israelite. You know what I mean? I'm the actual people who descend from the land. And my son, he thinks I'm wearing it. I actually wear it on my little pouch that I carry my pistol on, and I wear it on my little. I guess we call it a little. What's the little pouches that people carry?
I don't know.
I call it tack pouch. I call it tack pouch. But and when people say, "Man, you from Israel?" and I say, "No, man, I'm what you call an Israelite, bro. I'm the real people." And then people start wanting to know more. You know what I mean? And it's, oh man, that's totally different from the people and what we're reading about in stories and stuff like that. Well, I know it's what you've been fed. You know what I mean?
Right.
So people are starting to understand now that I like I told my son, I don't use it as a symbol to as a symbol to say, hey, we're the Israelites. No, this is a symbol to start a conversation. You know what I mean? And that's when we start getting into it a little bit deeper. And it's, oh shit, man, I thought you guys were like, like the guy with the curly hairs and stuff. No, bro, hell no, that's Esau. So and people are starting to they're starting to understand. When you start to break it down to them and you start talking to them, they start to piece it together. You can see that the pieces are putting together in front of their face. It's very interesting.
All right, so check this out, fam. I want to show you this because there's some people here that they're just showing up, bro. Like this guy right here. To me, these beliefs are paradoxical. Okay, sounds good. Explain that to us, because I don't even think you know what the fuck that means. Because you're being paradoxical by being here, saying you don't fucking like this channel, and still being here posting shit. See, I know what it means. Fuck, man. That's the sad part, fam. This is the sad part about our people. Welcome here, bro. Eric Fernandez. The most powerful thing is love. I believe it. But you got to know who you need to love. You know what I mean? You can't just give your love to anybody, man. I think our parents taught us that a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? So, like, we should not be doing that. Now, for that guy that says, like, what the fuck does my name have to do with anything else around what we're saying? Hey, listen, Mr. Numbers. I already offered you to speak your mind. You know, you should probably shut the fuck up at this point. Because unlike this guy that doesn't speak English at all, because I'm trying to read your stuff, and I know that you say you're Japanese, so I forgive you. I'm not gonna bother you, brother. I'm glad you're hanging around here. But this piece of shit right here, bro, come on, you don't know English. Here's the link. Defend what you're saying and stop the bullshit. Because listen, if you're a man, I'm a man, we could talk about it, bro. It's no big deal. I'm not gonna fucking bite people, bro. It's not that difficult. He goes, what do you want from me? Listen, I didn't invite you to this house. You stepped into an open door home. So what do you want from me? Because I never invited you. You see how simple it is to understand simple minds? This is why sometimes, bro, I just would love if my people would just be just a little smarter. Why don't you guys do this? Do yourself a favor, okay? This is for any time you go to any channel. Just do yourself a favor. Listen to the channel, pay attention, kind of figure out what's going on, maybe look into it if you really feel hardcore about it, and then make a fucking comment. Because guess what? Every single time you guys get caught up in shit. It's like, for real. Why do you have to even mention? Why do you have to? Hey, wait, hold on a second. Did you really ask me that? Hold on a second. Did you really ask me that? Eric Fernandez -T7B. Are you fucking serious? Man, I thought I was done with just ridiculous comments like that. Are you serious, bro? Like, why do you have to? Why do you fucking post if you don't want your name to be mentioned? That's kind of pendejo. Hold on a second. You know what? People like you, bro. Yeah, come on, man. Fernando, come on. Bro. I'm going to call you Fernando, bro. Stop it, bro. Stop. Don't be silly, man. I create good and I create evil. Yeah, yeah, we all do. Hold on. My name is Aje Juaz. I am Yahoo. Are you serious? Like, is that your name? Why are you so mad, bro? Oh, that's gonna hurt! How come you guys are not just loving to your people, man? How come Raza or y'all natives always hate your own people? Because we may just know a little bit more than you. That doesn't make me better than you guys. That just means I just know something that you guys don't know. Just like you guys know stuff that I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not offended by that. I believe that everybody has their lot, everybody has their gift, and you all need to teach that shit. I'm telling you, family, I'm the last person to get offended if you do better shit than me. And you know, maybe it comes from because of the fact that I was athletic and I had a lot of fucking physical gifts. So I never really was insecure about anything, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know, man. I just sometimes wonder, bro. Like, you just literally said it right now, brother. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, you're kind of saying, like, my name is Ahu Yash, however you say your name, and then you say Yahoo at the end. Are you serious? Is that what you're offended? Is that the whole problem? Seriously? Are we that insecure with each other? Are we like crab-like mentality people and shit? It's sad, man. But anyways, we're basically done. You know what I'm saying? We're basically done, bro. I'm done with the night. Shit, what time is it? Hell yeah, that's 4 hours. I'm done. Anyways, I'm going to finish it up with some music. Y'all can settle it between yourselves. You know, because I've done my part. Nah, I'm kidding. Nah, but you know what? I appreciate you guys being here, man. Because you know what? I don't try to hate on people. I just try to bring facts to the fucking platform. And if you guys don't like it, well, you know, it's not my fault. I didn't ask you guys to like it. I just asked you guys to judge it. I just asked you guys to like pay attention and see if it makes sense. Anyways, good night. A rato.
Yes. Me gusta el sonidito, dice. Vamos ahí, vamos allá, vamos ahí, vamos allá. Hey, ¿para qué te digo quién soy si tú sabes que nada más y nada menos que el faga, la chimaya. Desplazate, king, ya todo está por venir. Money pa' mi family, music para repartir al doble como Gemini. Si es que andamos bien chiviri, mi black y par de chiquilín, zombito como Tribilín. Sí que sí, Riquitín no me molesta. Somos dangerous, aquí no te metas. Tú eres un Guns N' Roses, solo aparenta. Ellos sacan culantro, yo ando en pimienta. Ey, ellos me preguntaron que cómo lo hacemos. Que te voy a contar, papito, si es que estoy enfermo. Tan bajo para esta carrera, cuando rima en ritmo lo parto cualquiera. Camino tranquilo, casi sin problema, caminos al filo de la carretera. Los niños tienen que esperarnos afuera. Malandro madrugan en la madriguera. Voy desde pequeño, siguiente te sueño, lo voy a lograr de todita manera. Ando con los malvivenses del bloque, que corre el cheque, mejor que choque. La chimemo, estaba muerto, andaba batallando un toque. Yes, yeah, oye, no estaba muerto, andaba batallando un toque.
Blacksmente. Me llega la punta del nepe. Si no saben para qué se meten, vaya por la sombra que el sol está muy caliente. Ustedes no cantan ni con micro de juguete, tampoco me alcanzan por más que con trampa trepen. Me pondré la bata para atender a mis pacientes. De falta de flow es que usted está muy padecente. Vamos a inyectar la dosis de carácter urgente, pero ya no sirve, que pase el siguiente. Probemos la cura en la bebida que está ardiente, cumpliendo un horario a las 4:20, sacando el antídoto de la misma serpiente. En pocas palabras hago cosas sorprendentes. Esperen su área monitoreando el ambiente. Si estoy operando no deja que nadie entre. Con 2 enfermeras pa' que no me desconcentre. Me ponen los guantes, me secan la frente. Y me pasan el bisturí. Parto tu pecho como las partí. En la calle es que aprendí. Todo lo que estás pasando me tocó pasar a mí. Te voy a quitar la envidia para que vivas feliz. Yo quiero llevar mi profesión a otro país. Deleitar el mundo entero con este don que nací. Que nadie me diga no, pero todas me digan sí. Que se me triplique todo el dinerito que invertí. Ey.
Yeah. Rapper One, el hombre orquesta. Radical people en la casa, more vaya. Vamos a darle candela, pa' la familia candela. Traigo puro flow desde la vieja escuela, espera. Que no ha visto nada, espera. Que hay lumbrera en tu atmósfera. Digo mormo, falla Babylon, bye bye. Firme allá adelante con la frente en high. Uno busca fight, yo les digo why. No pierdan su time, conmigo no papá. Me pidieron que yo entre y voy a meterle duro como antes. Voy a reventarle los parlantes. Firme allá adelante con un flow sobre extravagante. Y si hay forzante, llevo puestos los guantes, pero no se me alarmen que no son guantes de box. Son guantes de seda para tratar el corazón. Corazón son, bajo de presión son, desesperación son, mala condición, Yo soy la vine para traerte mi mensaje, Vine para decirte que se puede, soy fe. Vine para decirte no te rindas, socio no te rindas. Pon tus ojos en el que está arriba, en Jesús, el caballero de la cruz. El único que está contigo cuando te apagan la luz. El verdadero sol y neto, real batería. Te cuida todo el día, por si no lo sabía. Cuando llega la resaca y todos te abandonan. Cuando llega la bajada y todos te abandonan. Cuando llegan los problemas y te abandonan. No es Rexona, es Jesús el que no te abandona y te perdona. No te abandona. Radical people in the area, more fire.
pasar si hoy no queda más que reír por lo que nos hizo sentir? Si la intuición no te deja seguir, no te vayas a rendir, no te quiero ver sufrir. Escúchate, lucha, que mucha de tu fuerza nace de ti. Vas a ver que alimañas muerden tus entrañas, con sus artimañas extrañan tu fin. Sigue pues si tus pies tocan el suelo, el anzuelo no tira de ti. Grita fuerte si la vida te duele, que vuele el dolor, lo expulsamos de aquí. Dame ya nago. Mi llorar frío. Antes de perder las formas, sé la luz del sol cuando no lo puedas ver. Cierra su boca cuando te hablen de más normas. Todo lo mal montado se ha de romper. Aunque que tú te rompas no hará más que estorbar. Si es bajo el castigo y mando de Lucifer, en verdad tú sabrás con lo que te conformas. Y yo con el super amor traer.
Hablan sin sentido y se enamoran, pero todo llega y solo te queda esperar. Pasan los segundos y las horas y sin darte cuenta todo vuelve a comenzar. Todo parece lógico en este mundo de plástico, hay que ver la fe cómo se va perdiendo. Quizás me quede afónico de ser mi propio médico y crecer sin ser un hombre que va muriendo. Tal vez me estoy volviendo loco. Tal vez viviendo poco a poco.
Took me so high, there's nobody low. You take me too high, there's no way to go. Así que let's go, vamos a bailar lento, sintiendo todos los movimientos de acá adentro. I won't let you down, thinking this moment of happiness right now, 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 now. El agua refleja el alma del que se aleja. Cuando te quejas, se retrocede de atrás. No te pierdas, o te perderás. Abre la puerta de tu portal, que te arrastrarán en la profundidad del mar. Mal me dejaste arrastrar, ya ni siquiera ve la luz refleja. Solo un pelín internado en la oscuridad.
Yo, comentando, ¿qué dicen? Sí, ¿qué cuentan? Ya, escúchame. Ya, los medios cuentan que si hay libertad de prensa, la mordaza es cosa escasa y todos dicen lo que piensan. Y esa sutil es impresa y repetida diariamente tiene contenta tu mente con yo soy combate y fiesta. Presta el control, Tarantino no es tan gore como los crímenes de amor que a toda hora se nos muestra. Pues tal vez la estrategia impuesta, pánico en el público y manejarás encuesta pal. Político en vez de patrullas en vez de camilla para un hospital, como si esa mierda de tombo no diera seguridad. No será casualidad que el otro dueño del canal sea el otro sobrino peruano de un primo hermano pariente y papá. Que se nostalgia no es noticia, su codicia se evidencia. Propicia violencia y plástico, panémicas, belleza. Fútbol, patriotismo, falso, culos, vasos de cerveza. Pele cáncer pa' tu mesa y el domingo en misa pesa. Sobre su cabeza pesa el atraso mental del pueblo. Oposición vendió trasero, dictador, grupo Romero. Pero se confundieron acá cortina de humo que explota la mina que mata la cuna. Primo, vengo que trate la fruna, no una pura canción que me dura. Así no censura, emite basura, no le conviene que sepa verdura. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía, algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, robo, violaciones, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía, algún día cambiará.
Sensacionalismo, amigo eterno de la prensa, el mismo que forjó al humano sumiso, callado y muestra. En el noticiero, en el artículo del diario, la vida de una bebé que poco invierte
al vecindario.
Sirven como fieles feligreses a oscuro interés, se mienten todo el día, crean solo estupideces. La historia afirma, indica que siempre negaron información alternativa que todo pueblo merece. A cada instante pareciera su labor asesinar una memoria colectiva que hace una nación, con una prensa cómplice que juega con humor, desconociendo ese dolor que nos dejó ese dictador. Cortina de humo es su mejor función, para apartarte de la fuente harán de todo, pues miró como venderte el culo de Sharon Stone, cagándose en tu derecho a la objetiva información. El narco, el almirante, el presidente, el congresista, algún ministro, algún delegado, de seguro es el patrón de ese periódico morboso y amarillo que al leerlo 2 minutos te vuelve en un show. Los medios son culpables, responsables de toda propaganda basura que te ofrece la TV. Pues será mejor que se autoeduque, pues my friend, porque el comercio de los medios te carcome hasta las 100.
Hay violaciones, extorsiones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía, algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía, algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará,
Se ve tan mal cuando miras a otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas. Yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece se burlar de mí. Dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí. Con los dedos no voy palpando, cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti.
Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que veas. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta o dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos vuelan. Aunque parezca que va bien, no sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente, Calamala dijo que estaría presente, fallaron como nunca, se fueron para siempre. Millones de razones para vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente.
Como no quieren ver ahogados, tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera, más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena a mí, tú. A mi lado tengo soldados fumando de su palulú, y un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Pa' tener pila valorio, se matan vestidos de emporio. Y yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando, vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí, nunca se despidió de mí.
Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que no, porque todo es perfecto y lo debo plasmar.
Arda y por dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario y sobrado de gas. Escupo risas perfectas, paladas de versos eternos, no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requienes a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen vienes más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
Y va de nuevo mi tono. Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido. Siempre ando bien cuido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra. No me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemo afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemo afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote. Un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote. Me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote. Pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote. Me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia. Que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia. Yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia. Pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias. Si no topa el poli en breve nos para en la calle. No puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalle. No quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle. Quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre. A la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo, pero tumbar gente, quien les dijo que es trabajo. Puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo. Loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país. Todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs. Pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís. Mis paisas en el gabacho, bien truchas con la polis. Loco en Guanajuato, con los ojos bien tumbados. De coto con el quesada, rifando por todos lados. Atento si prendo un blunt en cabina cuando grabo. Represento Nuevo León, junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco, el pasado está olvidado. Con el perro de la C, bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado. Bien bajado ese balón, compa lefty bien bajado. Puro hip hop mexa, hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
Verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día, vienda live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en Canala o en Hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemo afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemo afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palancas. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada, se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC da bolos desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve búscame en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hable de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte endondeando. Sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón.
Es el perrito de la C. La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo, les presidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Aguas, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yipi yo, yipi yucas. Guanas, Montequín, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no, loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Puro hip hop mexa, perros, 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo.
Somos la santa carnal. Los machilones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ Dundeque en los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye.
Viva México, cabrones.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.